Love Arby's famous.
What's up? Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all of you, comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. Uh, we will be working on trying to get that fantasy football stuff going. I'm still trying to add people in that I want to add in right now. But we are very, very close to getting that done. And then we will open that up for the followers and subs. If you like what you see on your screen and you want to up your game for your streaming, if you are putting out content, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. Using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I dot Lindara, Lindara, for videos. You know, video panels, things of that nature, the things you see on your screen. She can up your game, fair pricing, awesome to work with. I just love this intro. She is an absolute wizard with this stuff. And, I definitely got what I paid for with this. So, if you want to go up your game, go talk to her and tell her what you want. Fair pricing, awesome to work with, awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Also, shout out Monster Sub and Grub in Spartanburg. If you want to get yourself a delicious sub, for a fair price. The owner is a Panthers fan. Go tell him we sent you. Tell him we said hello. Alright. And there we go. Stream posted to the Facebook group page. Go ahead and hit that like button, guys. Come on. Show some love right now. Hit that like button. Let them know we're live. And we're talking day 14 of training camp 2025. Now, let me just see this message real quick. Yeah. Alright. Let's do this, man. I want to start out with talking about the Bryce Young play of today. And I'm going to show it on screen for you guys in just a moment. I think you guys are going to be impressed with this. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Happy to have you. Let me know what y'all sipping on, man. Because I got me a tropical drink, man. From Chick-fil-A. These are delicious. Yeah. Alright. Let's get this stuff going. Shall we? Alright. One moment, y'all. One moment. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So, the Bryce Young play of day 14. Let's check this out. This is in the rain, and I absolutely love this. Check this out. One-handed grab. Watch this one-handed grab. This is ridiculous. Off the snap. In the rain. Scrambles. Perfect pass. Oh my gosh. Bryce, tipping my cap to you on this play. What the heck was I just watching? That is crazy right there. That's crazy. If anybody tells me Bryce can't ball, if anybody tells me Bryce is trash, y'all need to watch this video. Just this clip alone. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Start believing in this dude. I know I'm not going to get through to the haters, man, but I'm trying to get to the people that are in the middle of the fence, man, on Bryce and aren't sure what they're looking at. You know, they're not sure who this dude is. You know, they're not sure if they want to believe in this dude or not. You know, I'm going to try to tell you right now. Watch this clip. This will tell you all you need to know. This will tell you everything you need to know about his playing skills. Look at that. Beautiful pass. God, that's beautiful form. That's what you like to see right there. Yeah. I'm going to like the heck out of that right there. Let's go. Let's go, Bryce. Like, you showing me some real stuff right now. Wow, man. Okay, Tom Brady 12. You trying to tell me, after watching this play right here, that Bryce does not have talent? You trying to tell me this man does not have talent? This is in the rain, by the way. Come on, man. I ain't trying to tell you what to do or not to do, man, but I'm going to invite you, man. I'm going to invite you to check this dude out, man, because there's so many highlights from the last 4 or 5 games, plus this right here. You can't judge on the first year, man. The first year, we did not have an offensive line. We did not have weaponry. We did not have a lot of stuff. So, I mean, like, Bryce wasn't even here 6 years ago. What you mean? Oh, you mean how many wins we got last year? Okay. That's what you were trying to say. All right. Fair. But, I mean, a lot of that was a compilation of a lot of things. Injuries, mostly on the defense, to be real with you. Because our defense was putrid. Especially in run defense. But we had to upgrade our wide receiver room. We had to upgrade our offensive line because it just was not it. So really, it was starting a foundation with the offensive line, the starting 5, that really solidified the time for him to throw the ball back there. That started this trend. And I told everybody this was what needed to happen. Look at the blocking on that O-line. Look at the difference. That's the difference between that and early 2024. Look at the technique right there. So, I mean, like, that bought Bryce the amount of time he needed to throw this ball or to grab these snaps or to do whatever he needed to do. So, I mean, it was an educational benching is exactly what it was. And it worked. It worked. Because if you take a look at what he has accomplished after he was benched, it was fantastic. I was very, very pleased. But it showed me we just needed a little bit more. We needed weapons. We needed some depth. You know what I mean? We needed some blocking for him. We just needed a few pieces, man. And everybody has started to believe that this is the dude, that could lead us into the future. And I believe it. I believe it. What convinced me was a 2-minute drill, and this was before the season even started, that he matched Cam Newton on. So that's what made me buy it. And before that, I was skeptical too. I had my doubts just like everybody else. I was like, who is this dude, after the first year? Like, what are we looking at, But that 2-minute drill, bro, I'm trying to tell you, in 2023, when we first got this dude, was what sold me. But Picture Swell, man, I respect you, man. I respect your opinions. I respect you coming up in here and being bold enough to say that, man. That takes guts, man. It does take guts to say stuff like that, and to throw your opinion out there that's not, fitting in with everybody else. I respect that. Shoot. That's part of the reason this channel exists, because, like, a lot of the opinions we throw out there, a lot of people were not agreeing with at the time. And a good chunk of these opinions turned out to be right. I'm not trying to be egotistical, but they did turn out to be correct. Let's look at the progress we're making right now, And I had my frustrations with the management just like everybody else did. I felt like we just weren't there. We needed a lot of stuff. So now that we've got the proper GM and proper head coach that really do care, and are pushing, for players that can make a difference and can make plays, like Bryce here that you're seeing right now. This is the beginning of the future right here of the Carolina Panthers. I love this play because this shows me this is Bryce in his true form right here. People can say what they want to say. They can make all the hateful statements they want about Bryce Young, but this is Bryce in his true form. Period. Point blank. If you don't believe in him after this, you're a hater. I'm sorry to tell you, you're a hater. Accept your fate. Because this man ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Did you watch the second drive of the Panthers versus the Browns game? In the first preseason game, because that to me, that says Bryce is on target. He is confident, he is reliable, and he's consistent, throughout that entire drive. You look at the first drive, you think, okay, Bryce sucks, Bryce is this, Bryce is that. Okay, that's the haters talking, because the first drive is a dust off. Okay, that's exactly what I call it. I call it a dust off because you got to dust off the cobwebs. You're coming right off of the off season. Of course, the first drive is going to be sloppy. You're not expecting much. But that second or third drive, that's when these players start to show you who they are. So, and that second drive to me showed me, okay, these guys are legitimate. This is a good first crew here. I think we can put up some points this year if we continue to put up drives like that second one during the Browns game and continue to build on it. You know, because we've got the talent, we've got the protection, we've got the weaponry. You know, we've got the time to throw this ball, and we've got the time to work on technique. You know, so I think that now is a good time to start trusting in that first team offense. And a lot of people feel the same way in the Panthers fan base, you know. With respect to you, Tom Brady 12, because I do believe this dude could be a winner for us. Now, I'm not saying he's going to take us all the way right now. You know, I'm not that committed to him. But can we win division titles? Can we get into the playoffs a handful of times with Bryce? Absolutely. With throws like that? Absolutely. Look at the technique. Look at the footwork. You know? When he threw that, look at the footwork. That is so much better than that first year. It's so much better by light years. And that's proper coaching. That's what proper coaching does for Bryce. And shout out to the quarterback coach that we have right now. Shout out to Dave Canales as well. Shout out to all the people that have had faith in Bryce, you know, throughout this entire process and not giving up on him. And said, look, we're going to help you develop, man, because we know you've got the skills. We know you got the technique to do this. You know, let's dive in, because we're seeing something here, you know. It's with plays like this right here, we're seeing something in this man. You know, and if he could do that on a consistent basis, that's scary. That is scary to defensive coordinators, because you got to defend like you were defending against Cam Newton back in the day. And, I mean, that was not easy to do. That dude was a runner. He was a thrower. He was a baller. And I'm not saying that he's the next Cam Newton, but I'm saying he has some of the traits of Cam Newton that Cam used to have back in the day when he was healthy, you know, before all the concussions and everything. He has the accuracy before Cam got those concussions, that's for sure. And I wouldn't mind having Cam work with him a little bit, if he doesn't mind. You know, shout out to the great Cam Newton, man. If you want to work with this dude, man, please do. You know, we welcome all help, you know, that chooses to present itself, you know, for our team. As long as it's productive and helpful, you know, we're about it, you know. Because I know you see the same skills in Bryce that you saw in yourself too, I bet, if Cam's watching this, you know. So, you know, please do, buddy. I would love it. You know, even just for one workout or two workouts, you know, that's cool with me, man. You know, it doesn't have to make headlines, you know, but hey, if you want to work with him, please do. Patriots, let's talk. Tom Brady 12. My guy Drake has won more Pro Bowls and ranked higher by ESPN. Again, there's a lot of aspects that you're not considering here. Again, the offensive line was trash, you know, in Bryce's rookie year. We didn't have weapons. We didn't have a solid game plan in Bryce's first year. He was kind of winging it, man. He was kind of going off whatever plays he remembered from Alabama. You know, and that's why you saw the Alabama Bryce Young, you know, type play calling. But there were a lot of injuries as well. So, I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, these are excuses. No, these are reasons. These are reasons why his first year was not a success. We had a bad coaching staff. It was putrid. You know, and we had to find our way around that. You know, maybe we get lucky with it, maybe we don't. You know, but we had to work with what we had during Bryce's first year. So if that's what you're referring to as far as like, oh, Drake has won more than Bryce, okay, well, you got to factor all that stuff in. You can't ignore all that, you know? And I'm not saying to people ignore that first year. What I'm saying is that was not his rookie year. You know, he had a lot of challenges to overcome. I just explained to you why Drake had higher win percentage and the Patriots were in the playoffs. Because we were sunk, dude. We were screwed. This entire team was a train wreck. I don't care what ESPN says. ESPN doesn't go to our practices. They don't know what we do. You know, like, I've seen multiple ESPN articles that were absolute trash to where they don't understand this team at all. And that they claim that they know everything about us. No, they don't. You know, and it's them and Sports Illustrated. Neither one of them actually like really pays attention to what we're doing. I've seen multiple stuff from both that they just don't get it. So every time there was like a trade or a move or whatever else, you know, they were just like so quick to just like jump on the wrong train of thought, you know, and not understand what we're doing. Because we didn't even understand what we were doing during Bryce's first year. So if we didn't understand what we were doing, how do we expect ESPN and Sports Illustrated to understand what was going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a lot of confusion going on in Carolina during that time period. During Matt and Frank's time. You know? And during that time, you know, the Patriots and Drake took advantage. You know, they did well. They had discipline. They had a playbook. You know, they had somewhat of an offensive line that could protect Drake, you know, during that time. And they also had weapons for him to throw to. You know, so they had everything we didn't at that time period. So you have to take all that into consideration when you're looking at the comparison between the two. And definitely a better coach. So, I mean, yeah, it's true. We were not a good team. We were 4-13. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Tom Brady 12. I mean, if you're coming in here looking for me to be like, oh, yeah, Panthers are Super Bowl bound and blah, 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 you know, and trying to counteract you with some BS, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sugarcoat this team. We were the worst team in 4 different sports. Baseball, football, I worked you on that. We were awful during that time period. But it's not about that anymore. Now it's about the future. It's about what we can do right now. And I'm not going to deny the past. I'm not going to deny that happened. You know, that is a part of our history. You know, just like losing Super Bowl 50 was part of our history. Just like losing the first Super Bowl we were in was part of our history. I'm not denying that's part of our history. What I'm saying is, what are we doing now? What are we doing now? because that play, that was today. That happened today. That is the future, Bryce Young. And as far as I'm concerned, either you buy in or you don't. After watching that right there. Period. Period, point blank. I'm not sure what you're trying to say with Wilt Campbell, but what do you mean? And Morgan are better tackles. I mean, Dan Morgan is the GM now. Oh, you're saying that Wilt Campbell and Morgan are better than our tackles. Okay, we'll see when we play each other. We'll see when we play each other. We will see. I think the Brown brothers are gonna take care of business. I'm not gonna speak on it. I'm just gonna let our players take care of business and do the talking for me. Either they fail or they succeed on their own merit. Our O-line is better than yours. Okay. What was your O-line ranked last year? What was your O-line ranked last year? And what improvements have you made? I'm down for this debate, for sure. Let's do it. This is a healthy debate. I'm happy to go for it, man. Let's go. You know, I'll take the time. I love my followers and I love my subs, man. Let's do this. Patriots offensive line. Let's see what we got here. Ross Tucker, John Hanna, Logan Mankis, Adrian Clem, Marcus Cannon, Joe Morris. Okay. So some of those are old, some of those are new. Let's see what we got right now. That's what I want to know right now. What do you have? Will Campbell, Cole Strange. All right. So where were these guys ranked last year? Give me sort of a basis for where they were ranked. Let's see. I could probably look it up for you. Line rankings. 2024. All right, which one are we going by? Are we going by PFF? Are we going by Patriots Wire? Which one are we going by? You can't find a source? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Which one are we going by? Are we going by CBS Sports? What do you view as credible? Let's go. Let me ask that. What do you view as a credible source? We'll go from there. And I'll work with whatever you got. Because this... Oh, 2025? We haven't even put those rankings out, bro. It's preseason still. Maybe PFF has put them out. ESPN? Okay. All right, we'll go by ESPN. Even though I'm not a fan of ESPN rankings, but we'll go by it. No, I want the whole offensive line rankings. There we go. Well, there's fantasy points. I don't want fantasy points. I want, do you... Okay. Top 10 interior. We'll do the interior offensive lineman, and then we'll do the offensive tackles. All right. So your top 10. Let's see. Chiefs, not a surprise. Dallas Cowboys, not a surprise there at 2. Colts, not a surprise there. Chiefs, again. Eagles. Bears. Now that's a surprise. Joe Thurney is in there. And Chris Landstrom, I'm not surprised to see Chris Landstrom in the top 10. That's a name I know very well because we had trouble dealing with him in Atlanta. Quinn Mertz, Denver. Elton Jenkins, Green Bay Packers. Tyler Linderbaum, Ravens. Honorable mentions, there's Robert Hunt. As he should be there. Eric McCoy. I think he made it into like the top 15, if I'm not mistaken, for ESPN. But you got Joel from the Browns, you got Cam Jurgens from the Eagles, you got Peter Skronsky from the Titans. Hey, somebody from the Titans has got to end up on there somewhere. You said Joe? Joe's your guy? Okay. Joe from the Bears? Fair. I'm a little surprised we saw a Bears guy in here. You know, that kind of surprised me a little. But, hey, they got to show up somewhere, right? Same with the Titans. But, hey. Highest ranking first. He was number 1 at one point. Okay. Landon Dickerson, I'm familiar with that name. Trey Smith, I'm familiar with. Quentin Nelson, I'm very familiar with, actually. He's been up there consistently on pretty much all the rankings systems. Tyler Smith kind of snuck up there out of nowhere. But Creed Humphrey, yeah. Creed Humphrey's been up there consistently, too. So, there's a lot of these names, you know, and Landstrom, too, that are consistently on every board. I don't see any Patriots guys, though. Let's check the tackles. Alright, Tristan Wirfs obviously should be there. He deserves it. Penei Sewell. We almost drafted Penei Sewell. Think about that, guys. We almost drafted this man. If the Lions didn't get him one pick before we did. One pick. I'm still salty about that one. By the way. Just because we had to get our revenge on Ron Rivera in that Washington Redskins game. Well, they were the Redskins before the PC change came about. The Washington Commanders now. But we just had to get our revenge on Washington. And it cost us those 3 draft picks that cost us Penei Sewell. Still salty about that. But anyway, moving on. Lane Johnson, Eagles. Trent Williams, 49ers. Jordan Met. I'm not even going to try to say that last name. But Jordan from the Eagles there. Rashawn Slater. Yet another one we could have had, by the way. People were saying that we were going to try to trade up to get Slater, and we never got him. So, you know, fair enough. But we expected him to be up there. There's Deion Dawkins of the Bills. There's Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings, where they should be. Andrew Thomas of the Giants. Sure. Jake Matthews, I'm familiar with. Joe Alt from the Chargers. Colton Miller from the Raiders. Taylor Decker from the Lions. Richard Raymond from the Colts. And we'll check these also receiving votes as well. To do Spencer Brown, Paris Luke, Garrett Bowles, Zach Tom. Nowhere in here is there a Patriots guy. It's not in there. You can see it for yourself. Top tier offensive lineman. I never checked the honorable mentions, but I'm going to check them now. Yeah, bro, I'm not seeing a Patriots guy. But I did see one of ours. I do see Robert Hunt. Okay, but that's preseason, bro. That's preseason. All that proves is that you have more depth than Washington does. Because you weren't even playing your starters. Okay, your O-line was perfect during preseason. That doesn't mean that's going to be the same thing when the regular season starts if you guys played each other. No, I'm not saying that your O-line doesn't have talent. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is this is preseason. If you guys played each other in regular season, I don't know that you would have that kind of same success. You know, because a lot of that first preseason game was a lot of second stringers and third stringers. You know, in the first half. That's what a lot of teams are doing. That's a trend now. Our Panthers squad is going against that trend and actually playing some starters. So, because what we learned from last year is if we don't put any of these starters in during preseason, you know, those first 3 games are going to look sloppy. Because these guys think they're ready for the regular season. They skip out on training camp. They come in and they play all these season teams and they go, uh-oh, we weren't as ready as we thought we were. You know? And it shows on the field, and once that season starts, you're cooked. You're cooked. That's going in. That counts towards playoffs. You know, preseason does not. But I will say, I'm really happy to see Robert Hunt in the honorable mentions in here. As he should be. As he should be. That dude was a monster last year. And he's going to be a monster this year as long as he stays healthy. So, I'm very pleased with that. Hey, ESPN does not recognize this very often, so when they do, tipping my cap out of respect. Because that's real right there. They really like Robert Hunt for some reason. Alright, so you know, going by ESPN rankings, I didn't see any Patriots offensive linemen in there. Sorry, buddy. You know, I would like to be able to find one, but you know, it is what it is, man. That just means y'all gotta work a little harder, man. And earn your way up there. But, you know, typically I don't like to go by ESPN rankings. So, it is what it is. But, you know, I feel like we have a better offensive line because we were ranked top 5 in the PFF. If you go by the PFF last year, yeah, PFF offensive line rankings. Do they have the newest ones for this year? Because everybody else goes by the PFF. I'm still not as high on the PFF as everybody else is. You know, it's not the end all be all. But I'm not going to say it's not accurate on a lot of these situations because it is. Yeah, I'm seeing Atlanta Falcons number 8. Jets number 9, Chargers number 10. There we are, number 11. Um, and here's my problem with this: they were overgrading Icky, and I wasn't thrilled with that because, and they were underrating a couple of people on that offensive line with their grades. Uh, I'm not 100% sure what they used to create that grade. So that's why I haven't really harped on it. But if I knew exactly what they used, to count that grade, then I would say, okay, then we could have an accurate line of measurement of, do they deserve it versus do they not. I did not agree with Icky's PFF grade, though. It was overhyped, in my opinion. He was not as great as they thought he was. Because this dude, again, like I pointed out several other times, he struggled to play 4 whole quarters of football for about half the season. I would say 3/4 of the season last year. It wasn't until London that he started to click, like everybody else. And that, for me, is too late. If you're trying for a playoff push, that is too late. So I need a full season of that from Icky. Otherwise, I'm not buying it. And that's exactly why we put Brady Christensen back there, just in case, if he can't go 4 whole quarters and he starts sucking in the 4th, I like the idea of putting Brady in there, and closing out the 4th with Brady Christensen. That's without injuries. If Brady Christensen is needed elsewhere, then we put him elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? If we got injuries, then by all means, Brady Christensen fills in. But and we'll just take the sandpaper, with Icky, in the 4th if we have to. It is what it is, man. But I like where this offensive line depth chart is, though. I really, really do. I feel like it's right where it needs to be. To where you have Cade Mays, sitting back up center, to where he can play guard if he needs to. You got Brady Christensen who can play all 5 positions wherever he is needed, as a backup to Icky. So I like where that offensive line depth chart is. It's perfectly set up right now. Good job, Dave. Good job. That's what I wanted to see, because that shows me he has an understanding of the talents of these offensive linemen, what they can and cannot do, and that to me is a big thing right there going into this regular season and preseason games. Our O-line was perfect. This makes no sense. Bears are not 4. That's why you can't trust ESPN. That's why you can't trust ESPN. If you're talking about, you're talking about the PFF. Okay. They put Chiefs at 19. Yeah. Chiefs are 20. I mean, it's constantly in motion, though. The PFF is constantly in motion. That's the thing. You got Pittsburgh at 21. You got New Orleans Saints, Cowboys, Titans. That makes sense. Titans O-line is garbage. You got your quarterback with a freaking injury already. Come on. Dolphins need some work on theirs. I think they're better than Tennessee. You know, there's some things I don't agree with on this list either. Jacksonville's got a putrid line too. The Browns, I mean, we got some big moves on them during that first preseason game. So I mean, our D line is improved enough that we can actually give these guys a challenge. Now, I don't think we're quite there yet, though. But going first team offensive line versus first team D line in that first preseason game, that taught us a lot. Giants and the Patriots are 29. So according to PFF, they're saying the Patriots have made multiple moves to address the offensive line. They're saying Moses was ranking 52nd among offensive tackles in PFF grade. And you're looking at Garrett Bradbury, who's 50.5 PFF pass blocking grade, placed him 35th among the 39 qualifying centers. First round left tackle Will Campbell is promising, but unlikely. It is unlikely a rookie can elevate this unit to even an average level in 2025. And I mean, I can't disagree until I see results that prove otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would like to disagree with this PFF, but right now they're not showing me anything that would make me disagree with it. But again, it's preseason. Show me this during regular season. We'll revisit this conversation during regular season, and then we'll see 3 games in. Let me look at it 3 games in to regular season, and I'll be able to tell you whether I agree with this assessment or not. We'll revisit that at that point, all right? They put Chiefs 19, not credible. He was flawless in Washington. Looked like a top left tackle in preseason. Okay, but that's preseason. That's preseason. It does not count. Preseason does not count. God, I don't know how many people keep saying it. They keep using all of these stats and information and all this to say, oh, these guys are so good, these guys are so good. It's preseason. Say it with me. It's preseason. It does not count. Lordy. It drives me nuts how many people don't understand this. It drives me absolutely up the wall of how many times I've had to explain stuff to people about this. Look, you are evaluating talent in preseason. You don't... The first stringers barely play in preseason. They barely play. Because it's a warm-up for regular season. It's a warm-up drill. It's an evaluation process. That's why you see all these second stringers, third stringers, fourth stringers, fifth stringers on down playing in preseason, because that's who's being evaluated, not the people that have been here for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Please stop using preseason as an analysis point and a main point for the stuff that you're trying to prove. It does not fly. Period. Andy Dalton is a perfect example of that. He throws perfect passes in practices, goes into a preseason game, and throws trash. Absolute dog trash throws. Through half of his throws. Case in point, right there. And then once he hits regular season, perfect passes. Explain that, because at this point, I'm still trying to figure that out. I was just talking to the guys about that this morning. I was trying to figure out why that is. Like, he could throw absolutely dog trash throws, out of the ones that he missed during the first Browns game, preseason game, and then come right back into practice and throw absolute darts. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I'm just being real with you. It makes no sense. But I mean, whatever works, man. We're not trying to bite the hand that feeds us, man. I love Andy, man, but I just wish we could get the best of both worlds there. But hey, I mean, case in point though, right? It's preseason. Every single year, this dude is dog trash in preseason, but somehow he ends up being an absolute baller during regular season when we need him. Explain that to me. Because you would be at one out of thousands that cannot figure this out either. But that's why it's preseason. You get all the kinks and garbage out of your system in preseason. You get all your bad throws out of the way. You get all your garbage stuff out of the way. All your bad habits out of the way. If you're a veteran, you come into the regular season, you start balling out. It is what it is. I'd rather him throw interceptions during practices, and preseason games than I would regular season games. So, I'm not complaining right now. What I'm saying is I just wish that he would be able to do well at both. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily translate, why are we projected to the wild card if we're so bad on the line? Look, I'm not saying that New England doesn't have talent, okay? I'm not saying y'all don't have talent. And projections are one thing. But show me a wild card. Show me a wild card. Okay? Show me a wild card entrance. What I'm saying is, you can't show me that yet. Because the regular season has not started. When we get to the regular season, then show me that your Patriots can get to the wild card. And I'll buy in. To be fair, I will buy in. If I see it, I will call it as I see it. And if you guys have the talent to get to the wild card, it will show up. In regular season, it will show up. But preseason does not count. Projections during wild, preseason are just projections. To me, they don't mean much. Because anybody could project any record right now. And nobody's wrong until that record actually comes to pass. In the regular season. Nobody's wrong yet. Until that final record is out. After the regular season is over. After the season is done. Then you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? But until then, nobody's wrong. Nobody's right either. Keep that in mind. Nobody's right either. So, it's a 0-0 slate until these teams get to the regular season. Then it counts. Then you start to take these projections seriously. Or throw them out to the wayside. Like, for example, um, I've seen people in our own team chat, going, we're going to get 10 wins, 12 wins, 11 wins. And I'm like, okay, I respect your opinions. You know, I respect your opinions. I don't totally agree with that based on the value of the talent that I think that we have. You know, and I'm sure that Patriots fans have done the same thing. You know, you guys have said, uh, 12 wins, we're going to the Super Bowl, blah 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 blah. I'm sure you've seen that unrealistic garbage. In your chats too. And in your social media. So, but do you really buy into that? Do you really think that they're going to the Super Bowl with the talent that you have? You know, and that's where you start to come back down to reality and say, okay, this is what I know versus what I think is going to happen versus unreal. You know, and that's where you start to say, okay, these projections are either real or I don't agree with them. That's where you can start to have sort of an opinion on these projections early, but at the same time, like, and that's understanding your team, your players that you have. But at the same time, like, you can't just be like, oh well, I'm absolutely right about that, because and it's based on nothing, you know, because we haven't played a regular season game yet. If you don't have any evidence to support it yet, with a regular season game under your belt, then how do you know? There's at least a half dozen teams out there right now that are not aware of what talent they have, and they're not sure how to use it. New England is one of them. Arizona is one of them. Tennessee, the Rams. A lot of these teams don't know the types of talent that they've got on their team, but they've got a lot of talent. Trust me. They just don't know how to use it. So it's poor coaching, it's poor planning, it's a lot of different things. So why all of that is relevant to the Panthers is because we play these guys. So we have to have sort of an understanding of this, before we go in and play a game like that. That involves film study, that involves just mental discipline and just understanding, not missing tackles, not missing catches if you're a wide receiver, little things like that turn into big things. If practices during regular season versus preseason are totally different animals. Because practices during regular season are focused on technique. They're focused on, mental discipline, preparing for an actual Sunday game, versus preseason where it's a lot lighter. That some of these other guys that are trying for spots are going to try to push for depth chart spots, and there's a lot of people on the verge of being cut. So, like I say, it's a different animal. So you have to come in there expecting to be evaluated differently if you're a veteran. In regular season practices versus preseason. And I think a lot of those veteran players would agree with that. But let's see what they said about our offensive line real quick. Draft picks and free agent acquisitions paid off by the Panthers in 24 with arguably the NFL's worst offensive line, becoming a top 10 unit. A top 10 unit. And that's by at least 5 different standards, by the way, and 5 different ranking systems. If Robert Hunt can find his old form, he will pair with Damian Lewis to be one of the best guard duos in the NFL. Same could be said about Carolina's tackles. The team will need left tackle Icky to take a step forward in his fourth season after he earned a career-high 71.7 PFF grade in 2024, which ranked just 36th at the position. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Y'all reading this right here? Y'all reading this right here? I told you. I told y'all about Icky, man. I told y'all. It's even starting to show up on the PFF now. Oof. I warned y'all. That's why we got to have Icky back there. A little help back there behind Icky with Brady Christensen. So I love that depth chart spot for Brady. I love it. It's exactly where he needs to go. Yeah, this O-line's going to be a lot better. We still got a little work to do, though. We still got maybe 1, 2... if I had to put my finger on it, with the depth of this O-line, I'd say 2 to 3 years before this O-line is in top form, fully depthed out, you know. It's going to take time, you know. The starting 5 are excellent, with the exception of Icky, who is good but not great, you know, at pass protection. And I think if he can protect well enough through 4 whole quarters through an entire season, then I will elevate him to great. And this offensive line is worthy of that top 10 ranking, to me. I would venture to say top 5. Top 5. Because you really, if you look at Taylor Moton's evolution, it's been excellent, man. He pulled a full 180 in this past year. I'm absolutely proud of Taylor Moton. And I say, hand claps and a tipped hat to you, sir. He turned all of that smoke I threw at him into success. That's what I want to see right there. That's what I want to see. If I'm blowing smoke at you as a player, I want you to turn that into success. And so far, so good. I haven't had anybody I've had to really blow too much smoke at this year. So far. On this roster. Which is a very, very good sign. That we have definitely moved forward and improved. Love having Derek Brown back, man. Love it. Love it, man. We missed you, Derek. And I mean, Coker is still creating highlights out here. You know, it's almost there, man. It's almost there. We're almost to the regular season. We're almost to the promised land, y'all. Look at Thielen getting that great catch. My goodness. What a pass deflection. 31. That's Thornton, right? Corey Thornton? Yeah. Corey Thornton is really becoming his own person right now out there. And I like it. He's becoming his own man out there. You know, and at first, in the first 2 weeks, I was just like, okay, I recognize the name. I've seen him a couple of times during plays, but, did he really turn heads? And in this past week, he has turned heads more so than he did in the first two. People are noticing him. And I think it was Fan Day that did it. Because that was the first time I really caught wind of how effective he is as a pass breakup corner. But what impressed me was his closing gap. Because that is essential for a corner that is really, really good at pass blocking. If you're able to close that gap back up and knock that ball loose and make a play on it, there you go. And that's if you're down the field too. It's not just hook routes, it's deep passes too. This dude will come back and he will knock that ball down. And that's what we're looking for. I'm starting to believe we may have found our number 4 corner in Corey Thornton. I'm starting to think so. I'd like to see one more week before I could really fully make that assumption. Because there's a couple of other hungry corners out there, on that list. But I think Shamar is pretty much locked up number 3. And Thornton is starting to lock up that 4th spot. But I say starting with a grain of salt because there's a lot of talent in that corner room at the moment to go through. The one I have not heard from is a Caleb Evans. I haven't seen jack from a Caleb Evans. Where is this dude at? Because, this is the dude we got that was, God. I'm trying to remember where he was formerly from. Maybe somebody can remember and help me out. But, yeah, I haven't seen anything from Caleb Evans back there. And I'm like, okay. Y'all hype this dude up, but where is he? That's what I'm saying. Y'all hyped him up to the moon, but where is he? Yeah, this dude right here. Yeah, 4 solo tackles, that's it. 6'2", 198 from Missouri. Okay, tackling is great. But that's not all we're asking you to do, Mr. Evans. You know what I'm saying? I need a little bit more out of you before I can truly say, okay, you are fighting for a spot. Because, yeah, you might be able to tackle better than everybody else in that last group that's on the bubble, for corner spot. But can you pass block? Can you display closing speed? Can you display technique? That's what I need from you, Caleb. If we're going to pay you that much money, we need something from you. Speaking of, how much are we paying this dude? Because I don't want to be and that not be true. So let me double check that, okay? Let me double check how much we're paying him. 1.4 for the cap number. $2 million for both years. Okay, so we got this man on a 2-year contract. This is your last year out of the 2. And we got to decide, are we keeping this dude for the future or are we letting that go? Because I'm going to be real with you. $1 million for what we saw isn't enough. It's not enough to impress me at this point. You got to show me some pass blocking, buddy. Now in 2024, he was on the special teams 19.4% of the snaps. He had one pass deflection. That entire year of 9 games, one pass deflection. That's it. That's it. Even for a number 4 corner, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Come on, man. You know I had to do it. You know I had to call him on it, man. 3 tackles and 1 pass deflection. That's it. That's all your boy got last year. You know, and for a healthy Caleb Evans in training camp, I need more. If we're going to put you in a preseason game, 4 tackles is nice, but I need a pass block at least. I need you to show that closing speed that got you that pass block that you got last year. I need more. Because to me, if we're paying you $1 million, you know, I'm going to need more. Quiet as a graveyard during training camp. I haven't seen a single tweet about this dude during training camp practices. And for somebody that's been in the league for 4 years, that's not good enough. You know, it's funny. I said I wasn't going to blow smoke at anybody. I couldn't find anybody to blow smoke at. Looks like I found someone. So if I call anybody's name, y'all know what to do. Alright? Don't get mad. Get glad. Do something about it. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all. Do something about it. I'm just calling out facts, man. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, literally. 4 tackles is okay, you know. I'm okay with that area. That's not what I'm blowing smoke at. It's the stat that's not on there. It's the stat that's not here. You see what I'm saying? I don't care about forced fumbles. I don't care about sacks. That's not what he's here for. I don't care about interceptions. Interceptions are bonuses. You know. Show me something that proves to me that you need to be on this 53. With the battles that we have going on at corner, with Charles Smith-Wade, Shamar, Corey Thornton making plays, I hear about those 3 every single day in training camp. Every day. I've even heard the name Detravius on a couple of occasions. This offseason, this training camp so far. Where is a Caleb? Where is he? 4-year vet. Where is he at? Get the stepping, dog. Ooh. We got a depth chart change. We got a depth chart change. Here we go. I called it. I called it. Did I not? Nick Scorton has taken DJ's spot. Ooh. Oh. I called it. DJ Johnson, I told you, man. I told you this was coming, man. I wasn't lying. Oh, man. And I'm not doing this to be mean, man. I'm just saying, I'm saying that's wild. They actually got that one right. Okay. Well, Brian Ray has officially moved up over Jaden Crumity. And here's the thing. We used Crumity a lot last year. The plot thickens. Alright, so here's the next one I'm going to call. I'm going to call Cam Jackson beats out Sam Roberts for that third spot. I'm going to call that one right now. There's no way. I have not heard heads or tails about Sam Roberts the entire training camp process so far. But Cam Jackson, I've seen make plays all the time during this training camp process. If Sam doesn't start pulling some rabbits out of the hat, Cam will take that spot real quick. You better watch yourself, Sam. I'm telling you. That's coming. I love the fact that Nick Scorton has overtaken DJ. Wow. Tight battle going on there, man. Tight battle. And I'm excited to see where that goes in the next preseason game. I'm real excited. I'm watching that one very closely. Oh, wow. And I like where this depth chart is at, man. I like this. Because it makes sense. And look at Lathan beating out Jack Henderson down here. Look at this. Look at this. Nick Scott, you better get your act together, buddy. You better get your act together, because if we see any more of that special teams garbage that you pulled in that first preseason game, Lathan will take your spot. If we see you out of position in safety position during this Texans game, don't be surprised if you see Lathan move up. If Lathan shows up in special teams and Nick Scott doesn't get his act together, as far as coverage-wise, it's going to happen. It could happen, folks. A lot quicker than you think. Lathan is really advancing quickly. I've seen that. I don't even need to see him on the field to know that. I saw him during the first preseason game, and it confirmed everything I was thinking during the first 2 weeks of training camp. This dude is progressing a lot quicker than everybody thinks he is. So, if I'm Nick Scott, I'm sweating some bullets right now at first spot. Because it did not take Lathan long to overtake Jack in this depth chart. And look at Princely, ahead of Thomas Incoom and Boogie. Love to see it. You love to see it. If Cam Jackson can overtake Sam Roberts, Shy Tuttle, watch yourself. Because you've been kind of slacking a little bit. During training camp and last year a little bit too. I could see Cam Jackson kind of battling for that spot. I don't know that he's ready though. I don't know that he's necessarily ready. We'll find out though. I'm not worried about Andy. Andy's just going to be Andy during preseason, but he handles himself in regular season, so there's no need to change that quarterback spot. I don't see any need to, because this morning he's throwing darts like he usually does in training camp. So, like I said, it makes no sense, but it works. So don't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't change it if it's working. So, and I like Jack. Jack is progressing very, very well. Based on what I saw during the Browns game. And I've been really wanting to look at Jack and just see how he's doing. And I haven't seen enough throws by him to really evaluate him in the first 2 weeks, off Twitter and off the highlights. So, I was kind of happy to see that preseason game and get a look at him. And it pretty much confirmed what I was thinking. These quarterbacks are progressing. Andy during preseason was a little bit better this year than he was the last 2 years. Still garbage during regular season, preseason games, but still garbage. But hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. I just don't want to see him overthrowing receivers and just getting everybody hurt. Because that's what happened to Keith Kirkwood, and we had him on a stretcher. So that's really the concern is for all the quarterbacks is just get the ball down. You know what I'm saying? Like, the less of these guys that get hurt, the better. We need available players, if we're going to succeed. Let's see. We have a ton of tight ends. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tight ends. Goodness. I still have some questions about Josh Neiman. I didn't get a real good look at him, but he did well in the Browns game. Zavala, I've got questions about too. I feel like the whole offensive line did really well, during that Browns game. We just have some work to do on not letting these guys beat us on the outside at tackle position. And that's not even necessarily Brady Christensen. That's Icky too. That's everybody really. It's just don't let us beat us. Don't let these defensive ends beat you on the outside. And these defensive ends are getting stronger and stronger by the year. So it's not a surprise. To see them finding new ways to get their hands in a position where they beat the offensive linemen and their footwork is getting quicker. There's a dime a dozen of these guys out there that are talented. So we've really got to hone in on the technique and the footwork. If we're going to battle that and balance that back out. Let's see. Yeah, David Moore struggling to keep that second spot right now and keep his spot on the roster. I think it's going to get real interesting very quickly during these next two preseason games for David Moore. He's got to prove it, man. He's in a battle with Hunter for that last wide receiver spot. And right now, Hunter is clearly winning. And I believe that if you put Hunter in, into that preseason fully healthy versus David Moore, I think Hunter would win. That's just my take on it. You can... Other people have different takes on that, and I respect that, But that's my take on it. Rico, they gave us a heavy dose of Rico at running back, which made me happy because I wanted to see Rico in action. And Trevor Etienne as well. So with those two in action, I was happy with Rico. I think Trevor still needs some more reps. I think Blackshear still needs some more reps. But here's my conversation about Lynch Adams. Lynch Adams had some really good footwork. And I mean, really good footwork. That impressed me. But it caught everybody's attention. But it was a flash in the pan. Do you have more in the tank than that to offer us? Because, yeah, you could do fancy footwork and evade people, but for how long will that work in the NFL? Before people figure you out. Because if you don't have speed and you don't have power, these defensive linemen will cook you in the NFL. They will cook you, they will bake you, and they will run you over in the NFL. And not even hesitate to apologize for it. Because that's just who they are. They defensive people, man, they're getting stronger every year. These little tricks that you got away with in college are not going to work up here, man. And, much love to you, man. You might have had a lot of success at Michigan State doing that stuff. 5'10", 215. Yeah, you got some speed, you got some quickness, you got a little bit of quickness to your step, but, is it enough? Unfortunately not. So, when they shut you down on the outside, it forces you to man up and come to the inside. And do draw plays and ISO plays. And it forces you to be a real running back. So what are you going to do once you get into that spot? Are you going to show everybody that you have that power and that strength in your game? Or are you going to get flattened and brick-walled at the D-line? That 215 pounds is going to help you, but how much is that going to help you? See, that's my question, and I think a lot of NFL analysts are saying the same thing after watching that. So, they've kind of started to get a little bit of a book on you, bro. With all due respect, K-Ron. They're starting to get a book on you. They're starting to get an idea of who you are. And that's not good. If they're getting that book on you during preseason, imagine what these guys are going to do to you during regular season if we have to put you in there. They will flatten you and put you on a stretcher, man. And I don't know how many of you guys caught the live stream reaction to that game against the Browns, but I was mentioning the fact that he reminded me of C.J. Spiller. If you get C.J. Spiller on the outside, in the flat, and you give him a couple of blocking lanes, this dude is God. You're not stopping him. If you put him on the inside, you try to run him up the middle, he's going to get flattened in the NFL. And see, like, Clemson knew how to use C.J. Spiller correctly. And I think Michigan State did as well. They knew how to use K-Rod. To the point where, they got the most out of that speed and quickness and footwork, that he has. But can you show the full measure of your game with your talents? Can you show everything you have in the tool bag? Because if you don't have everything in the tool bag as a player, these players will figure it out quickly. These guys film study, man. God, they film study. And if they've actually learned this stuff correctly, you're cooked. That's what happened to C.J. Spiller. He got cooked early in the NFL. I knew it was going to happen too, and I was concerned about it. So he became a return man. And I'm concerned that this is what's going to end up happening to K-Ron as well. This is just going to be strictly return game. Because that's all he can do is that fancy footwork and a little bit of flashy speed. So I'm concerned that we'll never see him at running back. I think Blackshear did take a few strides as far as like strength and push as far as inside running. That was my main concern with him for a couple of years. Watching him during training camp practices, out in Spartanburg, for 6 days out of the whole thing, I was watching him just get brick walled at the D line and just not get anything. And I was like, especially in training camp, if you're not pushing the pile, yeah, you're going to be a return man. It's that simple. Because we're not going to try to find packages to put you out on the outside just on purpose and have you just like keep getting stonewalled out there because your footwork is nice, but you can't get any separation and get moving, once we get you the ball. So I think really the only plays I could see him stretching his talents would be a screenplay. Maybe a counterplay. But I mean, they figured the counterplays out, so you could try a screen with Lynch Adams. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I'm at that point where like I'm just afraid he's just gonna be a return man battle guy for now. And as of now, we've got we do have Blackshear back there, who is the leading return man, put up a ton of numbers. You're battling with Rico, you're battling with Trevor, you're battling with David Moore, who's trying to make the team right now. And stay on it. More so stay on it right now. And Jimmy Orr Jr., who's got some speed, but, can he make an impact? Big enough impact that we don't have to put him back here at return man. And risk issues with that. Uh, let's see. I've been hearing a lot about Wharton. I've been hearing a lot of good things about Wharton. And rightfully so, he deserves that second spot behind Aushawn. So let's see what he can do, man. DJ Wanham obviously has earned his spot, starter role. But I mean, like, DJ Johnson, man. he beat Nick Skirt beat out DJ Johnson. That's crazy, man. So I like this depth chart, man. I really like it. I like it. It's coming along nicely. It's really coming along nicely. So let's see what they did today. We got Coker with a ridiculous circus catch. Now, here's my concern with this Coker catch. Okay, why does he have to go up that high up in the air to catch this ball? Who threw this? Who was it that threw this pass right here? That's what I want to know. Because that's going to tell us a lot. You could maybe throw the crutch out there that it's a 50-50 ball situation. I don't know. I don't know. If your reasoning is okay, well, the defender jumps that high too, okay, then you got a legitimate argument, for a 50-50 ball. But my concern with that is, like, if we keep having to throw that ball that high, that's going to lead to injuries because these wide receivers are opening themselves up, to injury possibilities. So we've got to be careful about those high balls. Now, if it's 50-50 drills, that's fine. But if we're doing regular deep passes and, it's... You're not trying to throw a high ball to these wide receivers to make them jump up for it, then that's something we got to rein in, So, I mean, it all depends on what we're trying to do with that. But if the play call is 50-50 ball, okay, cool. I don't have a problem with this. But let's keep an eye on that. But what a catch, Coker, though. Yeah. What a catch. Obviously, this was in the rain. Good still pictures of Bryce's throw here. I think it's good technique-wise. I like it. Xavier Legette apologizing for the fight and the ejection from the preseason game. And that's perfectly acceptable. It's very professional of him to do that. Honestly, I understood why he fought him. I do. I understood why he threw punches, man. Because, like, you don't rip somebody's helmet off, man, during a game. And I cannot believe that did not get flagged. I'm still unhappy that didn't get flagged. Because that's what led to that fight in the first place. That's just the refs not doing their freaking job again. And it's unbelievable how many times that happens. And they just get away with it. Nobody holds them accountable for it. So, but, you got to fight, man. Sometimes you got to fight. And I'm not excusing his behavior, but I will say this: he threw some mad hooks in there, man. Woo, that's a country boy right there. That's a country boy fighter right there. And I like that. I like that we got somebody in here that's got that kind of energy. When you go into a game and you think, okay, we need somebody that's going to be a dog, that's going to fight. Turn those punches into plays. You know, let's go to work, man. Go catch some balls. You know what I'm saying? Make them pay for it, man. Through the game itself. They want to rip off your helmet, make them pay for it with a catch it on the next play. They want to act a fool and talk trash, make them pay for it on the next play. Pull a Steve Smith and make them pay for it. Catch a deep ball on them. Instead of throwing blows, you know what I mean? I got you though, XL. I got you though. Yeah, that man could brawl. That man could definitely brawl. Pat Jones talking to the media. I saw that one when I was looking through the reels. Jimmy Horn with some shiftiness out there. Look at this footwork, man. Absolutely beautiful. 26 got cooked on that play. What is it, 25 or 26? I think it's 25. Well, it might be a 3. I don't know. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Let me see if I can't. Oh, that might be a 3. That might be a 3. Hold up. Let me look at this. Let me go through the numbers, make sure. Charles Smith, Wade, okay. 23 is the ETN. Got you. I'm still learning these numbers. Bear with me. Trevor Wallace is a linebacker. Okay. It honestly could have been. Hold up. Oh, it was Reed. It was Reed. It was Reed. I see it on the back of the jersey now. Yep, it was Michael Reed. Michael Reed got roasted on this play. God. Dang, he got roasted. Shout out Jimmy Horn on that one, man. Nice play. McMillan catching some beautiful catches right there. That's a beautiful one right there. We'll go through training camp live, of course. They're doing some 2015 edition stuff here, which is cool. I don't know what just happened to my laptop right there. That was weird. Anyway, 2015 stuff here, which is cool. Foundation of a legendary team. They're highlighting the training camp stuff. Love that, man. Love this. Love all of this. Thank you. Thank you for showing love to that 15 team, man, because my goodness, that was an incredible team. I love every one of them. all month long. Love that, man. That's what's up. A short will go any distance to make a play. Look, Coker get lifted up by Corbett. That's such a funny picture. I love that. Oh my goodness. I still think Coker made that catch, man. Yeah, Coker made that catch, and they man, I can't believe they called that back. Still upset with that. It is what it is, though. Inside the numbers. Okay. I mean, it's basically the same stuff I already went over with the numbers after the game. With a focus on McMillan and Coker, really. Okay. I'm gonna get. What's good? What's good? What's good? Okay. I'll get him back in here. Hold up. I think he wanted to talk to us.
Hello.
What's good, man? I'm streaming right now, and I'm welcoming you in. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, my B. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. How goes it?
Pretty good. I was just wanting to hear your thoughts on that Bryce thing. I sent you.
Oh, the thing you just sent me. Hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Hold
that
up.
throw in the rain.
Yeah, that was insane. That was what I started with, actually.
Oh, okay. I look at what you're streaming about, so.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to intrude. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. But no, they're highlighting the 2015 season rewind for the whole month, which is cool. But yeah, everybody that is saying some stuff about Bryce, like, look at these plays that Bryce made, man. Like, it's excellent. You either believe in this dude or you don't. And there's an excellent video of Damani with the Browns game getting that sack on Shador Sanders. Love that, by the way. We got him beating the tackle on the outside, just taking care of business. Yeah. Yeah, Luke Combs saying some stuff about us, man. It was a good time, man. It was a good time. Even though we lost that game, it was a good time. But I think, looking at all of what we've seen so far, I think there's a lot of progress being made. Oh, okay, you're in chat. Got you. So I kind of wanted to Yeah, there's the play in question right there. Excellent play. Yeah. Let's see what else we got going on. Who do we want to go with? Let's go with let's try Adam Scheffler. Does he have anything for us? Or is he just kind of all over the place? Ooh. Breaking news for the Dolphins. The Dolphins have signed Mike Boone and Aaron Shankpoint and placed Alexander Madison on season-ending injury reserve. Oof. Well, yikes. That's another player, having to deal with season-ending stuff in Miami. Y'all got to work on that down there, man. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. It's raining all week again. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, they got Mike Boone, man. They got Mike Boone. I think that's who I saw that had that season-ending injury too earlier today. Somebody, was that him? Let me check the team chat real quick. I know I posted it. Let's see. Let's see. Alexander Madison had season injury neck surgery on Sunday for the Dolphins. Yep. There it is. If this was winter, we would get snowed in. Probably. Probably. Let's check out Jew. Mr. Jew, what do you got for us today? Well, Miles Garrett sighted at 2:01 a.m. We're going 100 miles an hour in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. Who hasn't been caught for speeding, though, at some point, man? Come on. It's so stupid. Anyway, big news from J.C. Horn. Since I'm just seeing that J.C. Horn's being mentioned here. J.C. Horn has donated a ton of money to the homeless shelters, which is amazing. Where is it? Because I know I posted it myself. I was looking for the number. There it is. Yeah. $12.9 million to the homeless shelters. Hey! That is so big right there. I love this right here, man. JC, thank you. This is bigger than football right here. This is real. And, everybody's first thought is, I hope this money doesn't go into somebody's pockets, and instead of the homeless people, and I agree. I hope it goes straight to the homeless people that really, really need it. JC, man, God bless you, sir. That's incredible. Incredible. And this goes deeper than people think it does. Because We had the stadium upgrades. Is raising the entertainment tax in Charlotte by $100 for city residents that they're required to pay, along with their other taxes. So uh, that's going to lead to a rise in homelessness because a lot of these people are living paycheck to paycheck up there, in a metropolitan city, big metropolitan city that is Charlotte. Um, so when you look at the rise in homelessness, you got to do something about that, right? So shout out to J.C. Horn for doing something about it, man, and not just talking about it. I have so much respect for this right here. This is that's big, man. That's big. Like he just impacted these people's lives in a very, very positive way, and he's not even really getting that noticed for it, you know. And some of the best deeds that you do are such as this one are not even noticed by the national media or anybody like that. It's stuff done under the table, quietly, but it impacts and helps so many people that really, really need it. Um, you look at Keanu Reeves. I mean, look at all the things that he donates to, and he basically lives like he's broke. But look at all the good he's doing, though. With those donations. So, respect to J.C. Horn for this, man. Like, the man got paid $100 million, and he says, "No, no, 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 no. I'm giving back. I'm giving back because these people in Charlotte need this." Not just talking a big game, and in this case, not even talking at all until asked about it, but doing something about it. Knowing that there's a problem, talking to these people, and doing something about it is so big, man. Like, this is. Wow. That's mind blowing right there. $12.9 million. Wow. Like, that deserves to be nationally known. It absolutely does. And that's okay that it's not. But I am so very, very proud of J.C. Horn for this right here. That's a man that really cares about the community, man. That's a man that really cares. And wants to start cleaning this stuff up. He says, "I've seen the effects of homelessness firsthand growing up, and I know if I ever had the means, I'd give back in a meaningful way. No one deserves to sleep on a sidewalk." Facts, man. God, that's facts. And I had one person today tell me I just became a Panthers fan because of this. No, you didn't become a Panthers fan because of this. You became a fan of this man right here because of what he just did. And if you're a Panthers fan because of this on top of that, that's a bonus. Welcome to the family. That's what I say, man, because this team is filled with good people like this right here, man. It's filled with these good gentlemen like this that really, really do care about people, and they care about the community. They care about human beings as a whole. That's our organization, man. That's who we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tepper created this. He created this culture. And it's so beautiful to watch it in action, helping out the community like this. It's so beautiful. Man. This is the stuff I will stop content for right here, because this is big. It's more than football. That's heart right there. That's love. That's real love. And understanding the people around you that are suffering and doing something about it. You know, I don't talk about this on stream very often, but I did food packing for the hungry as well. So I actually got a chance to talk to some of these people and hear their stories and everything else. And I'm telling you, it broke me, dude. It broke me. It broke me. I came in there thinking, I don't want to be up here at 8 o'clock in the morning doing this. You know, I got better things to do. Yada, yada, yada. That opened my eyes, man. I opened my heart and my mind and my eyes and my ears to see something new that day. And I encourage everybody to try something like that, man, because it will change your whole perspective of how you see human beings. It will, man. It will. So, when you see a man like JC Horn doing something like this, man, like, man, I'm breathless, bro. I'm breathless. I'm sitting here, you know, sipping on my drink, you know, from Chick-fil-A, you know, and doing all this stuff, man, and, you know, and I'm just like, man, it humbles me. It humbles me. Because I'm seeing that a lot of these folks that have all this money are not helping out. You know, they're just sitting on it. You know, and there's so many people in need. You know, that are millionaires, billionaires, and they're just sitting on it, man. It breaks my heart every day. But a man like JC comes along that is from these circumstances that becomes rich. And he says, nah, I'm going to do something about this. I'm going to do something about this. This is wrong. Nobody should have to live like this. Nobody. God, man. It's insane. I saw like a YouTube clip of somebody had burnt like down some homeless tents and stuff like that in Atlanta. And I was like, bro, that's all they have. That's their entire livelihood, dog. You talking about people generously donated stuff to them. Some of them, that was all they had left. You know, they beg for change, they beg for money, and it's just that it's never enough, man, to help these people, man. And you see that some evil individual burning down homeless tents, bro. It just I don't even know how to I don't even know how to process that after hearing all these stories of people that really needed help. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to process that. But on the other end of the spectrum, you see JC Horn doing what he's doing right now, man. And it's just the most beautiful thing ever. And this is worth spending the time on, man. This is worth spending the time to appreciate this. And I I think this is the right time to start incorporating prayer into the streams, because there's a lot of people that genuinely need help and could use it, or some good energy or good vibes if you believe in that instead of prayer. You know, I feel the need to do this because it's there's so many people that need that help, man. And if I can be of help to any of you, please, please do reach out. You know, on stream, if we're not reacting to a game, or we're not like heavily in heavy discussion, please do reach out to us, on the stream, through chat, and we'll pray for you, or we'll send good energy your way, whatever you prefer. You know, I would like to do that because I sense an opportunity, with this platform to do a lot of good. You know, I don't take this platform lightly. You know, it's a big responsibility. You know, and I feel like I have a big responsibility to do what I can with what I'm given. Um, so with these types of tools, you could use them or abuse them. You know, as a streamer, as a person that runs a camera and a mic, you hold a lot of power in your hands, and I encourage everybody that's doing content creation to join me in this. You know, it doesn't matter if I'm the pioneer of this or not. I don't want the credit for this. I'm not looking for credit. I'm looking to help people. I'm not gonna be the person that says, I'm proud to say I started this and da 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 da. No, it's not about that. It's about helping people, like JC just did today. It's about changing lives. And if I could do that for somebody in this audience, man, whether you're watching it live or whether you're watching it through the VOD, please understand, I would love to help you. You can look in my eyes and know I'm sincere about that. I love y'all. I love each and every one of y'all. We're a family, man. And that means helping each other out. That means lifting each other up. That means doing something positive to change the world around us. And it's not just... This is not just about the Panthers anymore, man. This is about so much things that are so much bigger than us and this team. So, if I get an opportunity, I'm going to take it. So if that means, slowing down content to do that, I would love to do that. And me and the guys all agreed on this. This is what we wanted to do. So they're all in awareness of what we're doing here, starting this out. So we'll see how it goes. I'll start slow with a few of them and just see how it goes. But I think it'll go well. I think it will. And I'm really not expecting this to catch fire, but if it does, it does. That's awesome. But if it doesn't, then, I'll know that at least I gave it my best shot, Yeah, JC's doing something special for the community, bigger than football. I love that. Yeah, facts, man. Facts. And that's what it's about. It's about lifting each other up. It's about doing something positive, you know? It's about making this world a better place than when you came into it. You know, and that's all I want to do, man. I'm telling you, once I started this channel, I that was not really my first intentions. It was really just, let's change things up. Let's talk about Panthers football. Let's talk about what's outside of the box opinions, you know, and whatnot like that. And over the years, I've evolved. You know, I've changed and become a person that's aware of the tools that I have now and the opportunities that I've been given and what I could do with them. So I really think this is a big, big opportunity to impact people's lives. So, with that being said, thank you, JC. God bless you, sir. Tip of the cap. Keep pounding, brother. You did something amazing. And it's especially in wake of the entertainment tax going up by $100 and just forcing people to go unemployed. It's just, wow. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I'm stunned by this type of generosity right here because you don't expect this. You know? But it makes total sense at the same time, knowing full well where he came from, knowing his history. You know, so it's amazing. So, 12.9 million to the homeless shelter, man. 12.9. Donating his entire 12.9 million in bonus and sponsorship earnings to fund 150 housing units and 300 shelter beds. Wow. 150 housing units and 300 shelter beds, man. God bless you, sir. That's freaking awesome. There's some people saying it's not true. Okay. Is this correct or I don't know. I'm gonna assume it is. If he says, as far as I'm concerned, I'm gonna believe that it's real. If anybody says it isn't, then please let me know. You know, and we'll figure it out. Okay. You know, because I don't want to be left in doubt here. You know, I want to keep the optimism going here. If it's true, then awesome. You know, but if it isn't, then you guys will have to let me know. But there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on throughout the internet too, so you just never know. So that's fair. Myles Garrett from the Browns who caught speeding 100 miles an hour. Yeah, I saw that. That hits me in the heart. Love you, JC Horn. Great person. Yeah. I hope it's real, man. God, I hope it's real. You know, JC, if you're watching this, man, please confirm. Please confirm, buddy. Because if it's real, man, we will show so much love to you, brother. We will. All right. And unfortunately, we got to go back down the rabbit hole here. So, I found out yesterday that Gyro was not the one calling the defensive plays during this first preseason game. That means that we still are putting a Gyro heavily on the hot seat. And I don't like the fact that if you're doing a preseason game and you're putting defensive starters in, the fact that you are passing the buck to your assistant defensive coordinator. That's concerning. I don't care if it's your playbook or not. Now, Gyro, I need you calling these plays in the next game. Please. This is not it. This is not it, bro. If you want to keep your job, this is not a good start. At the end of the year, they will be doing a full evaluation on you, brother. And if you cannot come up with any reason why you should stay, if you can't come up with a 15th ranked run defense this year with the talent you've been given, and that's with injuries, by the way. With injuries, that's a massive red flag. And I hate to be negative right now. I hate to be negative, Nancy, but somebody's got to do it. But I really don't like the fact that he was not calling the plays. That's not it for me. Hopefully back to some positives. All right. Bryce Young owns the air. Derek Brown rules the ground. Apparently, Derek Brown had a really good practice. Very good. This picture right here. Oh my God, that was caught perfectly. I'm sorry, dude, but that picture was caught absolutely perfectly. Look at that face. That's beautiful camera work. Oh, man. All right. Okay, so we got a few here. So let's break this down. All right, so we got Adam Thielen on who? Who do we got here? Beautiful catch. Great route run. Good movement. Good. A little overthrown. Okay. Nice. Oh, what a catch right there. Hold up. Who was that? That DB got cooked right there. Oh! Nice hook route. Very nice. Oh, that's special interference. There it is. Nice. Ooh. That was Mike Jack that got that pass deflection right there. Hmm. DB starting to win right here. There you go. There you go. Good balance. Oh, watch those hands. Watch those hands, 28. Or was it 38? I don't know. Nah. It's 29. I mean, early on, from what we're seeing here, it looks like the wide receivers are winning that battle early, and then the DBs start to catch up and start making some pass blocks. That's good. You like to see that balance right there. You like to see that start to equal out as the day progresses along. So, I'm excited to see that right there. That's a good sign. Corey Thornton and Lathan Ransom, the stock going up for these two, man. They're doing well. You'll love to see it. And also today, we have officially announced that Corbett will be the starting center. He has won the battle over Cade Mays, as he should. Former Rams Super Bowler. So, yeah. He's one of the two that were left. Yeah, I believe we had two Rams Super Bowlers on this offensive line at one time. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Actually, technically three if you count Hacker. That's wild, man. So again, that allows Cade Mays to, play guard if he needs to. So there's a versatility there. So that's good. Are y'all really about to throw some heat at Andy Dalton right now? Bro, this has been a thing for a while now. Andy Dalton has been a problem for a while now in preseason games. Really, man? I pointed this out 2 years ago. Now this is suddenly becoming a thing. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What was your comment about Austin Corbett? David Screw says Austin Corbett being a center wasn't his natural position. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you're correct. You're correct. His natural position was left guard, if I'm not mistaken. It could be right guard. I don't remember which. It was one of the two guard spots. But if I'm right, then I think it's impressive that he plays center so well. Yeah, I'm not so. I'm not surprised, to be honest, because he showed a natural ability to play multiple positions. It wasn't just center. You know, he could play center. He could play left or right guard. He's versatile. That's exactly why the Rams liked him. At the time, because he could be moved around. And now you see Corbett just creating his own, situation and scenario where he becomes the anchor of this offensive line, which is awesome. At first it was Ryan Khalil, and then you had Corbett's former teammate, that was at center, which I still think it was a mistake to get rid of him. And now you got Corbett at center. So, I think it worked out, to be honest. So, you don't hear much about his predecessor. So, honestly, I think that's a good thing. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing. Do you think he is up there with Bozeman, or do you think Corbett has a higher ceiling? I think he's up there with Bozeman, to be honest. I don't see him having a higher ceiling at this point because his ceiling is very, very high. Being that he switched from guard to center and played both positions very, very well, to a pro level, and a great level, to where it's Pro Bowl worthy, really, if you really look at it. Both of them were Pro Bowl level quality offensive linemen, and the fact that Corbett has not stopped being a Pro Bowl level offensive lineman, even though he wasn't selected for it, I still think he's qualified for it. Then yeah, they both have a high ceiling, and honestly, I think they're both on the same level. Bozeman has dropped off, to be honest, because he is getting older, and the Chargers decided they wanted him. He's still doing some work out there in LA, but I think Corbett has outlasted him, in my opinion. Barely, but he has. If you want to put it in perspective of those two competing against each other as of 2025, longevity wise. Yeah, and Jalen Coker says he feels confident lining up, figuring out what he wants to do, where he's supposed to be and everything else. I like that. I like having a confident Jalen Coker out there, because he's making plays, he's doing things, and he's making noise, man. And that's what you want from him. Derrick Brown is expected to play against the Texans. That's big news right there. Okay, good man, Carl, posting that. I already posted it myself, so. Um, I think that was McMillan's comments there. Okay, cool. And I mean, here's a bunch of people saying Andy is washed up, but I mean, this is typical preseason Andy though. Like, and he was like this in training camp for the past 2 years too, and I've been pointing it out. And for some reason, it works during regular season. Like he's actually moving the ball during regular season, doing what he's supposed to be doing. Don't ask me how. I'm still trying to figure it out, y'all. I don't know, but that came up, a few times today. Those are some nice shoes. I like those. Yeah. And for all the price haters, look at this play right here. Look at this throw. On the run. Perfectly placed. Right in front of his wide receiver. While scrambling around an extra second and a half. Look at this. Bryce Young has evolved, y'all. This man is evolving. And I'm excited. I'm here for it. Look at the O-line. The O-line held for just long enough for him to scramble out of that pocket and do what they're supposed to do from that point on. So we got XO apologizing. But yeah, people losing their minds over the preseason game, bro. Like, it's preseason. Y'all got to calm down. It's preseason. No. Hold up now. This man says it took 1 quarter for the Panthers' breakout candidate to disappoint fans. Are y'all disappointed in Xavier Legette? Are y'all disappointed with that? Hold up now. Hold up now. Because, like, we're not doing this garbage, man. We're not doing this garbage. Look, the man apologized. What else do you want from him? What else do you want from this gentleman? And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not surprised he fought him. Shoot, if I had my helmet pulled off like that during a game, I'd be throwing. And the opponent started throwing a blow at me, I'd be throwing some blows back, man. I'm not gonna lie. I can't say I blame you, XL. You can't be doing stuff like that to our players, man. Yeah, I'm going to defend my guys, man. He's got that Steve Smith dog in him, man. That's exactly what he's got. He's got that country boy Steve Smith in him. and I love it. Corey Thornton, big time player right there, man. Big time player. I think he's gonna do some good for us. Records in preseason don't mean nothing to me. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it does not matter. It's preseason. And there's still some people that still have not figured this out yet. Amazingly. They think it counts. They think it's regular season and it's... Bro, come on, man. Nah. If y'all can't figure out the difference between preseason and regular season, I don't know how to help you. I don't know what to say to help you here, because it's not the same thing. It's not. I'm not going to sit here for 20 minutes explaining the difference to you. It's a waste of my time and yours. Go look it up. Media gonna media. Bro. Media gonna media and play themselves. That's my new motto on them. Oh my god. Media gonna media. I love that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like that. Yep. Yep. We're officially coining that term. We are officially coining that phrase right there. That yep. Put that on t-shirts. Oh my goodness. That's fantastic. Media gonna media. Wow. It's funny because I'm about to start doing pressers too. And like, oh man, that's funny. Let's do this, man. Let's do this. Let's see. I want do. Oh man, media gonna media. Did I miss a press conference? I know I didn't see the one today. I was actually I jumped in the chat for the training camp live today. So if y'all probably didn't notice me, but if you did, that's what's up. But I was speaking some facts, man. But we're gonna go through that too, of course. Post game press conference. Gotcha. Okay. We'll cover the post game press conference when we do the stream on the Panthers documentary about the 2015 team. We'll do that then. I'm not gonna cover that right now. What matters is what happened today. So let's check this out. Okay. They only wasted about 10 minutes of our time this time. Alright, cool. Correct. Yes, preseason is an exhibition game. Of course, we want to see points, but it's really about an evolution process to see who is going to be on this roster, who gets cut. And that's basically what preseason is. Yeah, exactly. Like, if people don't understand this and they take it seriously because they're like, oh yeah, every game matters, da 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 da. You play to win the game, da da da, and they don't see beyond that mindset. They don't get out of that tunnel vision. That see, I don't understand how people don't get out of that tunnel vision to understand what preseason really is. And they glorify the Pro Bowl like they think it's the next thing's just sliced bread. It's basically glorified flag football now. So it's like I don't get these people's mindsets. I really don't. But it is what it is. People are going to be people. They're going to get stuck in their mindsets. So I'm sure coaches are listening to that song. Should I stay or should I go? And they go all the evolution process. Good one. Yeah. Yeah. Should I stay or should I go? Do. All right. Let's do this.
Are live from Panthers training camp at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, North Carolina. They're going to walk through some one-on-one drills today. Dave Canales getting his feet warm, loosening up before practice. We've already had one preseason game in the books, and East Shroud Panther legend Al Wallace, right, preseason.
Ooh, Al Wallace in the house. Okay. That's what's up. And by the way, we got one more training camp live thing that they have announced. And that's going to be on the 18th, I believe. I believe so. So I am going to be attempting to react to that as it happens, as they go live. We'll see if I can do it or not. We'll see. Because I overslept on this one. I completely forgot that this was the day that they were going to do that today. So, otherwise I would have been up and at 'em and ready to go this morning for it. But, unfortunately, missed an opportunity there. So, that's okay. It gives us a chance to still go back and look through it anyway. Because I was going to do that anyway, so.
We are starved for football.
In deep dive it.
That first game, and all we want to do is jump to conclusion. Sometimes you have to remind yourself, it's preseason, it's one game, there's a long.
Hey, shout out Anish, man, or Anish. I like this dude, man. I don't know how to really say your name, but thank you, man, for all the stuff that you've put out there, content wise, because this dude is a real one, man. I love his content. I love everything he's putting out there. This man is out there every day just studying this team and just he has a hold on it, man. He understands it. And it's proven every time he talks. So let's see what he says today.
Long way to go.
Yeah, it's a process, and those guys have to go out there. They have to figure out what's going on the football field, the nerves and the jitters of being under the lights and in front of the fans for the first time is everything that you saw, this weekend.
Well, the good news is there's another preseason game. It's coming this weekend at Houston, and Derek Brown is expected to play in that game, and that is a sight for sore eyes. torn meniscus week 1 last
Excuse me.
year. The impact that was
I'm
felt
tired.
on the Panthers defense cannot be
I'm gonna
overstated.
power through
No,
it.
this guy is a space eater. This is a big dog on that defense, a guy who is going to control the middle of that unit. So when you're talking
Yeah.
about Derek Brown, he's a guy
Derek
that
Brown,
is
my man.
the center, the anchor of the defense, and you saw what the defense looked like versus the run
Yeah.
without Big 95 in the middle.
Yeah, you take a look at that Panthers interior defensive line, and they have added some bodies to fix a run defense that was historically bad last year. They gave up 3,000-plus yards rushing, but you bring back A'Shawn Robinson. You're hoping to get a healthy Derek Brown back. Shy Tuttle is a veteran. And then, Al, some of the guys they brought in, Tershawn Wharton, who's won 2 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. Bobby Brown won a Super Bowl with the Rams. They drafted another big space eater in Cam Jackson. And don't sleep on Jared Harrison Hunt, who's had an impressive camp.
Yeah, you look at this group in the first.
Has he? I haven't heard anything from Harrison Hunter. I've heard maybe a couple of plays through Twitter about him, but that was it. Impressive. I'll take your word for it. Anish, but I've never heard anything about him so far. But hey, you've been at more practices than me, so
Thing I noticed
that's why I'm
is
taking
his
your word for
sheer
it.
Size. A'Shawn Robinson really popped last year for me as a pass rusher. The ability to stop the run.
True.
Derek Brown, 103 tackles a couple of years ago to lead the NFL. Tershawn Wharton, the guy that's going to bring energy in the pass rush game. I saw that guy out there. He's built like a tank, man.
You've seen his quads?
He
I
is,
talked about this
yeah.
a lot.
gigantic.
The size of his quads are like sequoias.
Yeah, it's amazing.
They're like sequoias, man. Dang. Woo-hoo. I love it. I love it. I love it. You guys able to hear this okay? No issues? Sound-wise, you can hear it? Alright, cool. Great footage, Corey. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I pride myself on good footage, man. On quality footage.
To watch guys that size with that
content,
amount of
man.
strength move like cats. They're cat quick, they're explosive, and that's how you become really good. It's how you turn it around as far as run stopping defense.
If you watch
Hey, they provide the content. I just share it, man. You know, I'm just sharing the love. You know.
the preseason game over the weekend, Jake Delhomme was talking about how a lot of the feedback he got from the Browns offensive line was 97, Bobby Brown III, signed from the Rams. They could not move him, somebody like him, at that nose tackle position. What does he do for A'Shawn Robinson, Turk Wharton, and Derek Brown at D-end in a 3-4 defense?
Yeah, it's going to allow those edge guys to really play around him and off of that strength in the middle. But more than the guys around him at defensive tackle, it's going to be the linebackers. When you have good play up front with the defensive line, those linebackers get clear reads, clear run fits, and they're able to run and make plays in the backfield. So we'll see that pay off with the linebacker group, those big defensive linemen really stepping up and setting that front.
All right, we're going to watch some of the defensive line drills on this live stream, but go back to the big point of emphasis in the offseason, which was you got to get better against the run. That's football. We've talked about it a lot. What happens, what happened impacts what's going to happen. They gave up 6 yards per play on first down. You look at the number.
Good God. Look at the drop off. Look at the drop off, y'all. The gyro. Come on, man. Come on, man. I don't care if you got hurt players or not, man. Even the depth can't be that bad. The gyro. Yards by carry attempt. Third. All the way to last. Tackle for loss. No gain. 10th. back down to 28th. Yards per attempt, 12th. 12th, all the way to last. Between 23 and 24. That's how big of an impact Derek Brown is. And if people don't see it, I don't know what to tell you.
Numbers over the last 2 years, and listen, you don't want to make it
That's
all about
just
one guy,
numbers.
but Derek Brown happens to be one guy that when he comes back will have a sizable impact on these numbers.
There's at least a half dozen other stats that I can throw out there that can join that right there. But I'm not going to do it. This is no point. That right there speaks enough truth right there.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you have a guy that could be the best at his position as far as a run stopper in the NFL. Cat quick, strong, physical. He plays on the other side of the line of scrimmage. He changes those numbers dramatically. You see there from 2023 to 2024. Also, a guy like Shaq Thompson, who got hurt as well last year and not at linebacker. Those two working in conjunction impact the way this defense looked, the production they were able to amass. And Big Derek Brown is one of those guys. When you have him back, it's an instant boost. It's like getting an extra free agent, Anish, out there with DB back in this lineup.
Yeah, you can make the case it's like getting the best free agent out there when you get somebody like Derek Brown. That's a sight for sore eyes to see Derek Brown in full pads and a helmet out there on the practice field.
And you want to be slow to go with these guys. Injuries are one of those fickle things. As much as you are excited and you want to see Big Derek Brown back out there, you got to bring him along slowly. You want him to get to the race. I remember John Fox saying that. Let's get all the horses to the line, man. We want to get them.
Get all the horses to the line. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. That makes sense. Shout out John Fox for that line right there. That's a good one.
Gate. So you want the good work in through the preseason, but you got to be careful. You want to make sure that Derek Brown is as healthy as possible come week one.
Remember 2 years ago when Brown was healthy, Pro Bowler, 100-plus tackles, first defensive lineman in NFL history since they started recording tackles to post 100-plus tackles in a season. The other position where the Panthers wanted to get better from last year, you know this well, outside linebacker, edge rusher in the 3-4. Part of that, again, you stop the run, you get teams in passing downs. As you know, Al, it starts there, then you can pin your ears back.
Absolutely. You got to earn the right to pass rush, and that happens on first and second downs. And you look at DJ Wanham coming in at the middle of the season, instant injection of production at that edge rush spot. Brings his buddy Patrick Jones comes in this year, and then a host of other guys. DJ Johnson's now a third-year guy, a lot of experience, and here come the rookies. Scorton and Umamielen, those two guys are going to get an opportunity to prove what they can do on the NFL level. I'm excited about this group because I think not only do you have some top-end talent in Wanham and Patrick Jones, now you have some depth, you have some youth, you have that energy that all rosters need to go out there and produce on Sunday.
Look at the diversity of how long these players have been on this roster or in the NFL in general. Look at the diversity in the urge. You got your 4 rookies, you got your middle grade guys, and then you've got your real long-term guys. You know, and that's at each position as you go through.
On that 03 team, you know,
they're just showing you this one.
Peppers, Rucker, yourself, Shane Burton. What does depth at edge rusher do for a defense?
It just allows guys to stay fresh. It's a 4-quarter game, and it's a chess match. You set up those pass rush moves. You work.
It's a chess match. Exactly. Well said, Al.
Them through 4 quarters. And what it did for us is allow different combinations, right? Is it Peppers and Rucker out there? Is it myself and Julius Peppers? And then you have guys like Kemp Rasmussen, Shane Burton, who you mentioned. You can bring Kendall Moorhead, who was a versatile guy that could play defensive tackle or edge rush. But more than that, we used what's now called that NASCAR front. We called it our Rabbits front, where all three of those guys, myself, Peppers, and Rucker, are on the field at the same time, and you create those mismatches. And I think if you're, Coach Avero, he now has a lot of toys to tinker around with, find out which group is best to have on the field to really terrorize quarterbacks in the NFC South.
We've heard Rabbit, NASCAR. I've heard Cheetah as well, right? You just send the quicker guys, go get the quarterback. Nick Scorton, number 11, who you saw there, that's DJ Johnson getting a rep. But Scorton was a guy who opened some eyes in that first preseason game. Again,
that's an interesting drill. I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to measure there. Maybe footwork? Maybe footwork and balance?
You want to be careful. It's preseason.
I've never seen that one before.
Too much of it, but, made a couple of tackles, had a sack, had a great hustle play. He was kind of one of the guys when you walked away from that game, you're like, okay, this is now a player you might be able to dream on down the road. One game again. Preseason, not to make too much of it, but the highlight tape from Nick Scorton had a lot of positives.
Yeah, you talk about a guy that you want to see some of the intangibles, right? Things that you can't coach, that you don't coach, and that's effort and energy and the intensity that you see from Scorton. You know he's
And that's an excellent play to illustrate that point, too, because we shut down that screenplay. And a counterplay over there as well with Nick Scorton. So 2 tackles, 2 for a loss, 1 sack, 2 quarterback pressures, 16 defensive snaps.
Incredible athlete out there at the edge, but there are a few snaps that I watched this weekend where the guy is just relentless. He will not give up, and you can teach around that. You can build on that. So for a guy that's coming in draft pick, trying to make a name for himself, first opportunity.
And he finishes plays. Watch that one. That's big, is having somebody that can finish plays like that and not let these guys get yards after the catch.
In the NFL to show what you have, what he proved to me is that he will flat out get after you. He's going to play snap 1 to snap 60 if he has to. And this play right here epitomizes the whole thing. Don't give up. It's not over. I'm going to still make this play. And because of that hustle, he walks away with a sack.
Look at that hustle, man. Look at that hustle. That is determination. That's what we're looking for. You know how many of these Panther players in the past would jog, after missing that first opportunity to get that sack? No, this dude has a motor. He has a determination to finish this play. And when you finish the play, you get rewarded. Case in point right there. Let's watch this again because
had a lot of positives.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn the sound off for this. But watch this right here because this was a little dump-off check-down pass. Look at Scorton already moving towards the ball. Already moving there. That's film study, that's preparation, that's understanding where that ball is going to be. Now they're going to show you one more play here. Okay. Now this is him right here. Notice how he beats him on the inside here to force the bad pass. Alright, so on this one, this is your last play. Look at him, he beat him in the inside. Made the tackle look like a clown right there. But the pressure, and this is the one that I wanted people to see. This is the one. Because he's going to beat a double team. He's going to chase him down. And this is the point where after these guys get away from the scramble, or your quarterback gets away from the scramble, that a player on the Panthers would typically just get lazy and just sit there and jog, to the next jog to the sideline, and just not finish the play. But watch Nick. This is what I want people to see. Watch Nick. Look at that hustle right there. Look at that hustle. Avoids a block and gets rewarded. Finishes the play. Every person on this defense could learn something from this right here. Every person on this defense. I've seen a few players jogging, and the play wasn't over during that game. I noticed it, and I was like, here we go again. Undisciplined, lazy, and jogging to the play. And not finishing. And then you notice Nick on this play right here. And that just showed me these guys are capable. These guys are capable. No more jogging, gentlemen. No more jogging. Finish the play.
Play where, at the end of the day in the game, what was that, a loss of a yard, right? He gets a sack for it. But how does that play get received when they're watching it back in the film room today?
It's the one. It's the one the coaches put on the film, right? Not in just the defensive room, but they put that on the big board in the team meeting room. That red dot shows up on number 11. This is the standard. This is how we play Carolina Panther football.
Facts. 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 Exactly. That is the standard. Beautiful.
And for me, being around a lot of the other alumni this past weekend, being able to see a guy like that and get that feeling, hey, this is what it looks like. This is Carolina Panthers defensive football. This is the standard we set. A lot of guys before me set, and this young guy, he gets it. He gets it right now.
You know what's scary about Nick Scorton? He's doing this. He's 20 years old. Yeah. He doesn't turn 21 till the end of the month. We live in an age where guys coming out of college, you cover the Charlotte 49ers, you got guys who are 24, 25, 26 who are playing college football this fall. He's 20 years old.
Got a lot of room to grow. And that type of football player with that type of energy is only going to learn leadership, the technique that it takes to be a really good player in the NFL. So for a guy to be able to do that at 20, I play with a 20-year-old. He's now in the Hall of Fame. I'm not saying that this guy is a young Julius Peppers, but boy, if you have it figured out right now at 20 years old, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, and if you look at Scorton's journey, he was at Purdue 2 years ago, double-digit sack guy at Purdue. He played at about the same weight he's at now. Then he transferred to Texas A&M. They wanted him to play with his hand in the ground. He put on about 20, 25 pounds. He was playing at about 285. Now the Panthers have him back in that 260, 265 range. So he's also showing you kind of the ability to adapt to what the defense needs.
Yeah, it's about all the little things. That's about a process, right? What works best? I remember going from 275, 280 when I started my career in the late 90s because it was such a run-heavy league, to about 255 when I finished up here because we were chasing a guy down in Atlanta named Michael Vick, so that changes things a lot. But you just see a guy who understands how important his nutrition is. It's his job now. It's a profession. And he has to take care of his body. He's going to mold his body in the best possible way to be productive. And if that's at 265 and he can carry that type of weight or trim down a little bit and still be physical as he needs to be at the point of attack, it's going to be a good sign to see a guy be able to figure it out this early.
Dan Morgan took Nick Scorton in the second round, and Morgan has reiterated a number of times in the offseason the Panthers had a first-round grade on Nick Scorton. It rhymes with Scorton. It's Thornton. Corey Thornton, undrafted free agent, out of Louisville by way of UCF. He was sort of the other breakout player, if you will, of the preseason opener.
Yeah, breakout. You mean the body slam that we saw this guy. But look, physical play, long, lean cornerback, a niche that is going to go out there and compete. You find those opportunities. I, too, was an undrafted free agent rookie my first year in the NFL, and you're hungry for it. You want those opportunities, and seeing him go out there and fight and compete with J.C. Horn out of the lineup, it's a good sign. It means Dan Morgan and Dave Canales are adding depth to this lineup, guys that are going to come in and compete. You never know when your number is going to be called. He steps up this weekend and starts to stack those days. That's what training camp is about, stacking good day after good day, production, and making sure that you show up in a positive way on film. And there you go.
Look at that freaking tackle, bro. Like, oh my God. Corey Thornton is, This dude is the truth, man. This dude's the truth. We got some depth in this dude, man.
WWE right there for the big guys. The ability to play cornerback, know you got to contain, come and stick your nose in there. I love the fact that the guy that's supposed to be covering is willing to get in there and get a little dirty at cornerback.
Yeah, Dave Canales and Dan.
That's the type of players we need at corner right there. We need people like Shamar. We need people like Corey Thornton. Honestly, I think Corey Thornton is going to win that one, man. I think he's going to get corner number 4 spot. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it right now. Because the more we go through training camp, the more that man's name keeps getting called. And I'm not hearing the other ones. They're fading into the background. And that's how I know that separation is happening right now.
Told us what they liked about Thornton, his ability to be physical at that cornerback position.
Yeah.
He played opposite Quincy Riley at Louisville this past season. Riley
Look at that pass block. That's beautiful. Look how big the guy is that he was trying to battle. And you got to understand, hold up. This dude is, I'm going to find him, hold up. Let me separate my position, there we go. This dude is 6'1", 195. And you're battling like a 6'3", 6'4", big-bodied, either wide receiver / tight end, and you're winning that battle. Yeah. Because I mean, look at this dude, man. That's a big dude that you just beat right there with that pass block. That's what we're looking for. I was looking for corners that separate themselves, just like that right there.
A draft pick, and Thornton was kind of seen as the other guy, but we've seen this in training camp too. He's gotten a lot of reps throughout training camp with the first team. It's not somebody who is maybe competing for a spot in the practice squad. He has a very real shot to make the 53.
Yeah,
yes, he
one
does.
Of the areas I think you come into training camp and all off-season saying, hey, who are the guys that are going to fill
33 defensive snaps. Look at this right here. This is taking advantage of the time on the field and opportunities you're given. This is what I'm talking about when I say who is going to become the next Effie Abada. At your position. Look at this. 4 tackles, 1 pass deflection, in a PFF grade of 84.2. 4th among rookie DBs. 4th. I think we found our number 4 corner, don't you guys? I think we found him. I think the search is over. It's going to be Shamar Bartholomew, and it's going to be Corey Thornton, 3 and 4. The search is over, y'all. I think we got our third and fourth in our own backyard. We don't need to sign anybody right now. Dave and Dan were wise to wait. I stand corrected. Because I was going through the list of all the free agent corners on Saturday night, and I said, look, man, these guys are like $1 billion, contracts. We could sign these guys for pennies on the dime. And then you go and you look at somebody like Corey Thornton, who put up those numbers, and it's like, whoa. After looking at the highlight reel, whoa. Hold the phone here. I think we found our man. I need to see it through 2 more preseason games, but I think we found our guy. We may not need to even search anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy right there.
Fill out around, Jackson and Horn, Smith Wade out there at the nickelback position.
Yeah.
And now you see a guy, Corey Thornton, that comes in and says, hey, I'm that guy. I can be that guy that you can throw in, you can trust. I'll be a great special teamer, but when my number is called, I can be a rotational piece in that secondary in case anybody gets nicked up, needs a spell. So a good sign, especially a guy that, like you said, undrafted free agent, to come in and make a name for himself. You have a couple opportunities here in the preseason. You got to keep stacking days together in these preseason.
And when the Panthers he plays a position where Carolina, let's be honest, just doesn't have a ton of depth, especially when you get past Mike Jack and J.C. Horn. Sean Smith-Wade seems to have the nickel locked up, but you get to the second and third string coming into camp, not a ton of depth at corner.
Yeah, it's about trust, and it's about that depth, right? He goes in, and we're talking about what do you take away from some of these clips from the preseason? You put it on the board. You gain the trust of your defensive coordinator, but more importantly, this is a locker room game. And if you can gain the trust of the guys that you're out there playing next to, that can trust you're going to be and handle your responsibility and position, it fills you, it fuels you, and I think Thornton will continue to get better because he knows JC is going to trust him. Mike Jack has his back because he's proved that he can go out there and compete at a high level.
Yeah, I think we figured out our number 4 corner. I think, yep. The search is over, gentlemen and ladies. The search is over. Thornton is our man.
Corey Thornton showed well. The other thing that
Love it.
He did in the game against the Browns, he showed up on special teams. When you're trying to make a team, that's no small thing.
It is no small thing. 10 years in the NFL, defensive end. I was going to be a backup, but I learned early on.
And how do you impress the coaches the most? Special teams. How do you turn the most heads? Special teams.
On in each that you got to go out there and compete on special teams. And at 6'5", 275, to be able to run down on
you heard the man.
Guys like Thornton who won't get all the reps, they won't get all the snaps during the regular season. You better show up on special teams. Prove you can tackle, prove you can compete on special teams and make this roster. The bottoming guys like myself all those years, it's so vital. It is the snaps that make the difference, and special teams has to.
And people have been underrating special teams. They've been ignoring special teams. They've acted like, nah, it's just special teams. Look, man. You've heard it from several different players. Special teams is the most important area at this point if you are trying to make a football team and make an impact on a football team. This is Al Wallace saying this. This is Al Wallace. Come on, man.
To be the vehicle to enter you into the NFL.
And that also goes without saying, right? If you know, if it doesn't work out here, you're auditioning for the other 31 teams. And
Exactly.
when they're looking to fill spots 50, 51, 52,
Yep.
the ability to be a core 4 special teams player means
Yep.
a lot.
That's right.
Yep.
22 guys on the field. How do you stand out? How do you show up? And you do that on special teams. When other teams
Facts.
turn on the film and they're looking for guys to compete and to fill out their roster, injuries, things that happen,
Facts.
they're looking for someone who pops on film. Guys like Corey Thornton pop out because of the effort, the energy, and the hustle that they bring to the table. So special teams is vital. It's the third phase of the
Canales said he puts himself in a good position. He's a natural football player.
NFL game, and people often forget about it when they're looking at the quarterbacks and the shiny receivers.
Yeah, so, you know, you got Corey Thornton who's making a case for the 53.
Wow.
You still have a guy like Shamar Bartholomew who, in a lot of
There it
ways,
is.
was a Corey Thornton type
There
of
it is.
camp last year. He started
Now
with
we
the
got a
Jets.
real battle.
Impressed the Panthers in the joint practice.
Who's getting
when
number
the Jets
3?
played Carolina, and then after cut day, he was available, and it wasn't just Carolina. I think Bartholomew had the most waiver claims put in on him. Carolina at the time had the number 1 waiver claim. They picked up Bartholomew, who was rocked.
We got Bartholomew on a waiver claim. How often have you ever seen us use a waiver claim as an NFL franchise? That's crazy work right there. That's how you know. Like, this is how much of an impact player that Shamar is. So already, he's already got that weight on his shoulders coming in. And he took it like a champion. He took care of business. And he's making highlight reels. He's getting attention. So now the question now becomes, who gets the number 3 spot between those two? We know Charles Smith-Wade is going to be the nickel. Who is claiming number 3?
Rostered all season.
Yeah, those joint practices didn't happen very often when I was playing in the early 90s and 2000s, but now they're vital. They're
good
more
question,
critical,
isn't it?
I believe, than some of the preseason games. You have 2 teams, 2 staffs, 2 scouting departments that are on the ground. They don't get to watch you on film. They get to see you in person. And, man, can you make a difference by going out there, the hustle from drill to drill, the competing in the one-on-ones.
Right.
That doesn't show up in a preseason game. There are limited snaps
Right.
and opportunities, but in joint practices is where a guy can make their name.
All right, I'm told we're going to have some one-on-one drills here. So wide receivers, DBs going at it, one-on-one. That's Hunter Renfrow. Didn't play in the game against the Browns. Been a little banged
Let's
up with
go,
a
Hunter.
hamstring. 13 and white. He's back. We heard DB saying he's been putting guys in a blender, and he looks like.
All right. Let me stop you right there. Look at this throw by Andy. This is what I'm talking about when I say Andy needs to work on these high point balls. Look at this throw. I'm going to turn the sound off. Watch this. Perfect stance. Everything is how it should be. And for some reason, this ball gets airmailed. I don't get it. I don't get it. How, bro? Perfect spiral, good DB stop right there, my Mike Jack.
Put your hands on him, kind of control that quick area space that Hunter Renfrow, the change of direction that he has. It's going to be a nightmare, and it's good to see him back out.
Ooh, that DB got cooked on that one. Ooh, who was that?
And he looks like the guy, at least he did early in camp, who had 100 catches for 1,000+ yards with
Perfect pass, too.
the Raiders in 21.
Yeah, he's a guy
Okay,
in
that's the
space
Mike
that's
Jack.
a nightmare for DBs. If you're not able to get your hands on him, kind of control that quick area.
All right, let's see this again. Whoever that is back there, he got cooked, dude. God, look at the separation. Adam Thielen ain't playing on that play right there, man. God.
Build a rapport with. That chemistry is there. He's going to be able to get him. And then the young buck, T-Mac out there, over the shoulder, baseball catch, the body control is just insane. It's out of this world watching him over the last couple of weeks.
You know, with T-Mac, we saw a wide
pass
range
right
of
there.
variance in the Browns game. Had the great one-on-one catch on the near sideline, and then there was also the drop.
Ooh. Nice defense. Who was that? I can't see the number. Let me full screen this. Excellent pass block. I don't know who this is, but excellent pass block right there.
Up in the end zone, and he was the first guy kind of gave Bryce that thumbs up. Hey,
Yeah, I don't know.
I got to catch that. And Steve Smith on the broadcast, kind of brought it up. Hey, college open and pro open, two different things. The game moves a little quicker.
Especially down in the red zone, Anish, you got to know that that clock is speeding up, that your quarterback is on time, that he's going to hit that back foot. He sees the window. Bryce Young let the ball go. T-Mac has to get his head around a lot quicker down there in the red zone, knowing that ball is going to be on the way. But these are all part of the growing pains of training camp. You want to see these things now. I know if you're Dave Canales, I don't want to speak for him, but you welcome some of these opportunities, some of the mistakes, to go back in the film room, get back on the practice field today, and be able to teach off of the things that didn't quite go your way this weekend during the preseason game. So T-Mac's going to be a guy that's going to learn. You won't see him make those same mistakes twice. I've learned that over the last couple of weeks. This guy is a sponge. He is soaking up every bit of all those veterans around him, teaching him the game.
There was enough.
Facts. He is absolutely telling the truth there. You know, you like to have all that stuff on film, man, so you can go back, analyze it, take a look at what the good, the bad, the ugly, and the temper, and just say, okay, what could we have done differently? You know, are we doing the right things? Are we, what does the technique look like? What's the footwork look like? All of that stuff. Hands. All of it feeds in, man. All of it.
Another wide receiver who I thought really impressed. His best play ended up being called back due to a penalty. That was Jalen Coker. He had the Panthers' lone touchdown. Now, you can often get persuaded and biased by where a guy is drafted or where he isn't drafted. At some point, that stops mattering, like with Adam Thielen, undrafted free agent. It feels like we're going to get there with Jalen Coker.
Thielen was undrafted too, huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was. Sure was.
You see the catch there by T-Mac. Coker had the touchdown, had a one-handed grab that was brought back in his time last year. It seemed he made big plays when he was on the field.
Yeah, he's one of the guys.
Yeah.
I often talk about trust, right? The ability to learn how to trust guys. He gets the kind of signal from Bryce right there, hey, I need you to slide to the open area, and he just makes plays. When you look at all the rookies last year, I think he's one of the guys that stood out the most as far as number called, make a play, show up when you are needed the most. This guy dealt with a little bit of injury situation during the spring, comes back after that summer break, and he's ready to go. He's showing up in the first couple of weeks of training camp. To be able to connect with Bryce there, I'm not at all surprised. This guy works extremely hard at his craft.
Yeah, former undrafted free agent out of Holy Cross a year ago. He was initially a cut, and then the Panthers brought him back on the practice squad. When Adam Thielen got hurt, Coker was elevated around.
Look at the pressure on those plays right there. I know they're talking about Coker, but look at the pressure on those plays. On Shador. That was beautiful.
Rest is history. Had that big play against Dallas where he had that long touchdown, and had a 100-yard game against the Cowboys, made a number of big catches.
Brown, you had three tackles, 1 for a loss, 5 quarterback pressures, 21 defensive snaps. That is making the most of your opportunities.
His contested catches, we saw that down the stretch last year.
He's a big body, and when you look at this receiving core, they have a number of those guys that check that box. He is so big and physical that they're able to go up and shield off defenders with that type of body. And Jalen Coker, just like we talked about T-Mac, and you'll see that from Xavier Legette and Adam Thielen as well, body control. How do you go up for those balls and fend off defenders that are climbing your back, that are coming around your shoulder, knocking it away, and make those catches? Jalen Coker is one of those guys with incredible concentration.
We didn't get to see a ton from Xavier Legette. He got ejected early for throwing punches. Learning lesson, obviously, and Dave Canales, said after the game, hey, can't do that, have to show restraint. What is the teaching moment there?
Yeah, I'm a guy. I'm all good for a fight. I love it. I like the attitude. I want to see you kind of get in guys' face. Right, the standard, the culture for those wide receivers, and we heard Dave Canales say it, is that be hands-on at the end of those blocks, at the end of running plays, and that's what Legette was doing. He was doing what he was coached to do. But at the end of the day, it is some control, it's some restraint, not throwing blows. So if you're going to do the tussle, the face mask pulling, I'm all for that. Make sure you're not backing down out there on the football field. I don't believe in that. But you can't put your team or yourself in a position where you're throwing hands.
We're going to watch one-on-ones.
Correct. I agree with that. Although, I mean, for those of us that wish we were playing in Panthers uniforms and stuff like that, man. Like, how many of us wish that we had that opportunity? How many of us, if we were granted that opportunity, wouldn't have thrown hands too? I mean, I'm just saying, in those circumstances. So, just what it is.
Drills here, Al. Well, I mean, this firsthand.
Favorite part of it. Favorite part of practice, because you get to go out there and start to add little tools to your tool chest, right? What am I working on today? Is it my chop? Is it my spin move? Is it my speed to power? And you see these guys on the edge as well as big guys in the middle. You see big Derrick Brown right there about to get his rep. Physical. Can you close down the pocket? Can you push those guards and those centers back? Right now, they're doing two-man stunts, so they're working some of the TT stunts, some of the ET stunts, and just getting to the quarterback, man. How can you get to the quarterback, get the quarterback to the ground?
Derrick Brown against Robert Hunt on that last rep.
Oh.
That's a Richter scale rep right there.
Yeah, two big guys. I played big Chris Jenkins,
and that's going to happen a lot. They're going to be matched up a lot during these next handful of practices. Let's just see who wins that rep battle right there. That's going to be fun to watch.
Of course, Kevin Donnelly and those guys had to deal with big jinx, but when you see Robert Hunt, a massive man in his own right, and Derrick Brown, number 95, go at it, that is as good as it gets. That is big on big, good on good.
Yeah.
And those two guys will get each other better.
We just saw 91. That was newly acquired Pat Jones.
They make each other better.
7 sacks last year. 33 is the rookie, Princely Umanmielen, third rounder out of Ole Miss, who also played at Florida. Another guy they say bend. They like the spin move. When they say bend, what are they talking about?
Yeah, they're talking about being able or having the ability to get underneath the hands of that offensive lineman who's trying to punch, who's trying to keep you away from the quarterback, getting to the quarterback by great ankle flexibility, great hip and knee flexion to be able to get underneath that block. When you see really guys with really good bend, they're able to get down and kind of put that inside hand scrape the ground as they turn, go underneath the outstretched hands of the offensive lineman to get themselves to the quarterback. So a flexible guy like Princely is able to do that with ease.
Watching Shai Tuttle, who started 15 games last year.
Yeah, DJ Johnson as well on that. A guy that was brought in more of an edge setter, right? But now is starting to try to produce, to figure out what is in his tool bag as far as an edge rusher. And these games are great, right? How can you set them up? Those offensive linemen confuse their communication a little bit, a little ET stunt. The end goes first, tackle around. You see a little pick there by the defensive end is crashing down on the guard. Those come in, they're critical in plays in the regular season to make sure these guys are adding different kind of change-ups to their pass rush game.
96, Jaden Crumity, 6th round pick out of Mississippi State last year. And Al, guys like Crumity, 6th rounder last year, DJ Johnson now in year 3, even though he's a former 3rd round pick. these are guys who are very much competing for roster spots now.
Yeah, you feel the pressure. You feel it every single year. You know those guys are drafting a younger version of yourself, and it's about producing. We talked about the other 31 teams out there. You better go out there and do what you have to do each and every day. But don't get too concerned with all the outside noise. Focus on what you can do. And these are drills. These are opportunities to impress your defensive line coach,
Correct.
your defensive coordinator, your teammates by the effort and the precision, right? Your skill
Yep.
that you can bring to the table.
Now, I remember Jordan Gross telling stories about when he got to the league as a rookie, and okay, you're going up against Julius Peppers in practice. That's a welcome to the NFL moment. We just saw a moment ago Nick Scorton going up against a veteran in Taylor Moton, who's been about as rock solid as you can ask for in his time with the Panthers. How does that help somebody like a Nick Scorton going up against a Taylor Moton, going up against, an Ike Ekwonu who's now been in the league 3 years?
Yeah, I look at it, Anish, as a little bit of a spring cleaning, right? Whatever you used and whatever worked in college, you're going to bring that to the table. It's what you know. And then you figure out pretty quickly that, hey, that little wiggle doesn't work. That spin move I'm showing that way too early. And those veterans like Taylor Moton, they're going to sit on that pass rush. They're going to be great with their hands. They're going to be patient with that punch. And when you're a young guy, you have to say, well, this doesn't work. I'm going to toss that out, but I'm going to add this. I'm going to steal this wiper move from Mike Rucker. I'm going to be able to convert speed to power like Julius Peppers. And now you build your own repertoire of pass rush moves. But you only can do that if you compete at a high level. When you have good on good, you have guys like Taylor Moton, one of the best veteran right tackles in the NFL, against a young guy, you learn pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that Taylor Moton is a good test for that at this point. After the following year, that he's had success. Icky, not so much. But I'd like to see Nick test that against Brady Christensen. And just see, like, some of those moves. Let Princely come up there and see what he could do, against Brady Christensen. Let them learn off of him. Because Brady has been here for a while. And he really knows, like, everything in the book at this point. He's seen it all. And, he's got 3-4 years in his belt now. So, let's let him teach these guys.
Did you go to those guys after, hey, what worked? What was I doing that I could have done better? What gave you trouble? What didn't give you trouble? Was there a feedback loop with the O-lineman?
Constantly. After practice, we would kind of meet up casually. It wasn't anything scripted in lockers or in the training room during lunch. And you say, hey, Jordan, hey, you're showing that inside hand too early. It's coming out. I'm going to just take it, and I'm going to beat you to the inside. Or I can tell by your stance which direction you're going in a run play. And he's, hey, you know what? The speed to power, you need to take it one more step because I'm not buying it. Show me the speed. Make me believe that you're going to be on the speed rush before you come in and boom, hit me with the power rush. So to get each other better, iron sharpens iron.
Interesting.
It takes all those things off the field. And it takes a really good team. And this is why you have training camp. Put all the guys together, keep them together, allow them to communicate and converse with one another in the downtime.
That's a great point. And I think, for the Panthers, if they can get better against the run, it's just going to create opportunities. Last year, giving up 6 yards per play on first down.
Very true.
That shrinks what the defensive coordinator can call, right? Second and fourth, third and two, you're not going off the a la carte menu anymore.
No, you're not. And even if you're thinking third downs or passing downs, if it's 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 2, those are going to be 3-step drops. That ball is coming out of the quarterback's hands, and it limits the opportunity for guys to pass rush. So you earn pass rush reps, and the way you do that is you're stout on 1st and 2nd down. And when this team is really good, when they've been really good on defense in the past, is because they've turned teams away or reduced them to 1 or 2 yards in 1st and 2nd down.
The other thing, you know this, having a lead in the second half, that helps too.
Yeah.
Right.
You're allowed to go hunt, right? Teams are going to have to pass the ball. They need to throw it to kind of catch up with the lead in the second half. If you're able to do that.
Correct. That's big advice right there. Big advice. Yeah, Panthers management, take that under advisement, man. All you players that are new here, take that under advisement.
You're talking about pinning your ears back. You should have seen us jockeying for position to come off that sideline, the pass rush in second half of the football game. Now, I played on the Cardiac Cat, so it wasn't a lot of those opportunities. But boy, did we have fun when we knew we had an opportunity to go out there on 3rd and 2.
You lit up with that. Hey, lead second half. I mean, you turned into an old pass rusher again.
Let's go. Yeah, it's the fun part of the game when you can do what you're supposed to in the first half of football games and get that lead in the second half and come out and close the door. And you just want to slam it shut. And the way you do that is to go out and dominate the first half, and then you go out there and you put your foot on their neck in the second half.
I know a lot's made. It's one preseason game. We've got another one coming up this weekend against the Houston Texans. We'll be in Houston for that one. We've got one more live stream.
19th. 19th, okay.
19th. So next Tuesday, 1 week from tomorrow, one more live stream of Panthers practice. We're getting closer and closer to the season. A lot of fans out there, too.
I'm going to try to...
Every year around this time, we will come out with a Camp Confidential. It's a nice little mini documentary.
Camp Confidential, too.
Team with Jack Chapman. They put this thing together.
Excellent.
Camp Confidential is coming out this year. It just has a new name. It's going to be called Blueprint, like you've seen with a lot of those other mini documentaries. So Camp Confidential, Blueprint, it's all the same thing this year. It will be released, and it is coming soon. It'll give you a nice behind-the-scenes glimpse at Panthers training camp. Excitement continues.
Excellent. Looking forward to that. Definitely looking forward to that. Because there's going to be a lot of these like camp drills and stuff like that in there that they haven't been able to show in these highlights and whatnot. So we will definitely be able to break that down heavily when that Blueprint video comes out. So I'm excited for that. That's gonna be big. But yeah, stream on the 19th. Gotcha. All right. I'm gonna try to react to that live. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to or not. You know, as that live is happening. But if not, then I can always do what we just did here, you know, just go back and rehash it. Because I feel like that's what's eventually going to happen anyway with that. So, we'll see. Cool. But yeah, that is training camp live from today. We have a press conference from today as well. Let's see if this is... Let's see if this is worth our time or not. Typical, y'all making people wait for like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's crazy. Alright, come on. Get to it.
This is the opportunity to go against the Browns. Kevin Stefanski and I have known each other for 15 years. We both were quality control coaches for Darrell Bevel, who's down in Miami, and so he...
Wait, what was his last name? Derek Bubble? Sorry.
And I have a lot in common, and so, you know, we had some good interchanges. The veteran guys met before practice, talk about rules of engagement. You know, this is what we're expecting. We expect it to be a physical day. We're not going to dive at legs, and on our side, at least on the offensive side, that didn't happen.
That's a slight against a certain person on our defense. Y'all know exactly who I'm talking about too. Woo-wee. Certain corner that's not on this team anymore. That shows you this man's done his homework. Thank you for sliding that in there. subtly. I love that.
And it was a physical style of play. And the good part is too, like when the emotions start going, there was a couple of pushing and shoving and a little bit of face mask lock up a couple times, but I saw two groups come in there, not to throw haymakers and blindside shots, but to pull the guys apart. And they were kind of jawing at each other in a playful way, big smiles and a lot of juice. I mean, I can't dream of a better situation, a better scenario to have that kind of competition, but also.
I feel like I've heard this one before already. This was 5 days ago. Yeah, this was 5 days ago. Hold up. Did we have one from today? Yeah, there it is. God dang. How long did y'all make people wait on this press conference? What the heck? Y'all making people wait an entire freaking 50 minutes. That's embarrassing. Come on, man. Shame on y'all media people for that.
All right.
People got stuff to do, man.
It felt like a work Wednesday. We had the game. We came back. We watched the film and reviewed it. Had a corrections walkthrough. Did our injury report and all that. We came out really clean from the game. Just some bumps and bruises, nothing really of note. And then they had a player's day off. So it felt like a Monday, Tuesday off, and here we go. And I could sense and I could feel that guys were still a little bit sore from the game.
All right, so Monday, Tuesday off. All right.
The practice, I was nervous that we were going to kind of start out slow. They did not let that happen. The guys got together, they challenged each other, and the energy was great from play one until the end, where it really started to rain on us, and I think it was just a really cool moment for me to kind of point to this afternoon to say, this is it. We don't get do-overs. You think about it, a week in the regular season, you might get 2 live reps and 2 walkthrough reps of a play. And that's about what you get. You got to nail it. You have to be able to bring it and be focused. And it was a great challenge. Felt good to kind of point it out that way. Yeah. Yeah. I've gotten nothing specific about it. Rob?
That's big question right there about Taylor Moton injury.
Finished his rack.
Good question.
He had like 2 more plays afterwards. They were looking at his ankle. And I noticed he did have tape on his ankle at the end of practice, but he was walking around, got on the card. So if they have any more information for me, we'll probably let you know the next time around.
Okay.
Yes, LB was, Bruce, do you remember LeBron's ankle? So yeah, it was I think it was a mild high ankle sprain, and so he's going to be kind of week to week. I was told that he responded really well to his early initial treatments, and so they're confident that we'll be able to get him back during this preseason at some time. I don't know if it's going to be for this game, but I'm hopeful that he'll be back for the Pittsburgh week in that game.
He is still working on the side.
Yes.
Do you anticipate he'll be back, at least for the joint practices?
I hope so, but I was also told that if we were playing a game, if we were playing a regular season game, he would be fine to do that. He would be out there at practice kind of taking care of it because we are in preseason mode right now. I think he had some stitches on his in between his thumb and index finger, and so we just got to make sure that thing's healing up the right way so that no infections happen or there's no setbacks. It's not worth it to put him in that situation. So but I think we have a couple of days to see if we can bandage that up, because I know JC would love to be out there at the practice and compete against other guys, and I love what the Texans have done with their wide receiver room, and 2 Iowa State guys who I liked, Higgins and anybody remember? And Noel, Jalen Noel. So both of those guys kind of adding to that group with Nico Collins, and I'm sure he would be excited to get out there and go against those guys.
His injury a result of like airbags deploying?
That's what I understand. Yeah, I think it was, not the initial accident, but it was the airbag deployment, and which kept him safe. But there are things that can arise, from that.
I wanted to ask you, you saw Hunter Renfro back out there today. Bryce and Tremaine had a pretty good looking practice. I mean, we've talked to you about it all summer, but the depth in that receiving room was today just another example of that.
Absolutely. Jalen Coker had another great day. You know, Bryson Tremaine again, just being where he's supposed to be and playing fast. I think that's the biggest thing is when guys are playing fast, it tells me they know what's going on, that they've been studying and they feel confident. And that's what we've seen out of him. It was great to have Hunter back out there today, running around, getting some one-on-one reps and all that. So it's a very competitive room, and I'm excited to see, as we continue to have these preseason opportunities, to see the guys we can count on.
So if they play fast, they're retaining a lot of things, and they're doing well. Okay. Gotcha.
Do you have any clarity as far as the center competition?
Yeah, you know, we talked to Austin and we talked to Cade Mays. They both did a great job. Austin Corbett's going to be our starting center, and we decided to make that decision knowing that this week, going to Houston with the joint practice and then having the game, we felt like those reps, you know, just kind of solidifying who's the starter going to be with Bryce. It's a good time to kind of transition to where he's getting more of those reps versus splitting them day after day. It was really close, I'll be honest. I thought Cade did a fantastic job orchestrating the group when he was out there, getting his snaps off on time, moving people in the run game, anchoring in the pass. I mean, it was a really close competition, and I think Corbett just kind of brings a level of leadership that just kind of edged him out, in my opinion. So,
yeah, and a little bit more experience as well. You know, being in the league and being on a Super Bowl team kind of does bring that level of experience to the table. So, yep.
But again, competition brings out the best in both guys, and I was really proud of the way that they competed.
So, for the fact that Cade Mays actually was battling that hard and almost won the center competition, that ought to tell you where Cade Mays is in his development. That's incredible. He just matched a Pro Bowl center that has a Super Bowl ring. Guys, I can't understate this. That's amazing. For a backup, that's amazing.
Now for Cade moving forward.
I mean, he's going to be all across the line. He's our backup center for now. He also can play guard, you know, so he's a really valuable, really important.
Correct.
What we're doing.
Kicker, any clarity?
Correct. Finally, a head coach that understands how to use these players and where to put them. This depth chart looks amazing on the offensive line. This is where I want it to be. This is exactly where it should be. Because Brady Christensen can play guard. He can play center. He can do a lot of different things on that offensive line. Cade Mays, if you need him to play guard, he's there. If you need him to play center, he's there. We have a lot of versatility with these two guys, man. And the fact that we got all 5 of our starting guys back and these two, critical to our success on offense. Critical.
There.
Nope, just going to keep letting them kick. You know, we kind of split them halves. Had a few more opportunities in the first half for Matt. Ryan had a nice kickoff that he put on the ground in the landing zone and made his field goal. You know, after what seemed to be about 7 or 8 minutes of kind of sitting there, you know, like TV icing the kicker, and then he, you know, finishes it off with a really nice kick. So I'm excited about both guys. Matt did a great job putting the ball on the ground on our kickoffs as well, with some different, you know, types of looks, which I'm excited about. Like, one of the highlights of the game really was the way that those guys were able to put the ball on the ground in the landing zone.
Dave, another injury thing. Any clarity on Chandler Zavala?
Yeah, Chandler. So Chandler's getting closer to being back out there, doing some non-contact field work. He's doing run-based stuff right now. The hope is to try to get Chandler back during the Pittsburgh week so he can play the game and just get really, really confident and comfortable with where he's at. It's not something that's going to be completely pain-free for a while, but it's something that we're, you know, continuing to just like take his lead and take him through the return to play process to get him back out there.
I I think we need 1 year at least to see if him and Josh Neiman will develop into quality backups for us. Because I still got questions about their technique and their footwork and hands, after watching them. And they were not learning anything under the coaching staff of Matt Rule or Frank. So, my whole thing is, I say give them 1 more year, this year, and just let's keep a close eye on them, and let's see how they develop, because those two, to me, we've got to be able to rely on these depth pieces on our offensive line. If you cannot rely on these guys, then we need to find upgrades. All right, so, yeah, I'm going to say 1 more year on both of them. And let's just see how they do. I don't know where they are contract-wise, but evaluation-wise, 1 more year. Let's give them a full year. Let's see how they do. Maybe they'll end up in games. Maybe they won't. We'll see, But honestly, I trust Cade Mays and I trust Brady Christensen over both of them at this point.
Active out there today. Xavier looked really active back there. Do you like the way he bounced back from the incident on Friday night?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got fresh legs. I think he only played, that drive, and so of all the guys, probably the freshest coming out there. And but he bounced back quickly. We had a great conversation afterwards. He knows. He wasn't defensive about it. He was like, I got to be better, and kind of just moved on, and he was ready to work today.
Earn 100,000 points.
Right, you end up more energized and more disciplined after all of that. So I think that once you put all that garbage behind you, you can focus. So I was kind of expecting him to have more focused practice today.
In the air, the defense on the ground. When you have that sort of kind of evened out practice, how much does that kind of help you kind of teach and also just reiterate players, this is what's good, this is what's bad, sort of thing?
Yeah, it certainly did feel like that. Derek Brown practiced today. That's kind of where the story went with the run game stuff, front side or back side. He was just bringing it every play. And I think the guys kind of feed off of that energy and create some different issues, for us up front. And I was really excited about that. We had some good rushers too. I thought Nick Scorton had a great day. He was all in the pocket consistently, and I think the thing to show the defense is you can play really well, but you give up one big play, it flips the field. And the chances of true increase. So it's about the level of consistency across the board, right, with run game and the pass.
True. And then the level of consistency, yes. Well said. Well said, Dave.
Vice versa for the offense. If we're not making yards in the run game, we're going to be sitting in a lot of second and longs, where
right.
we can be balanced and run it some, but we're going to try to get back into a manageable third down situation. And so, and then I just didn't like the way we had a couple of, in the last, we had our backed up drill today. You got to get 2 first downs. You start on the -2 yard line, and it's a long way to go. Penalties. We had 2 pre-snap penalties that put us into 2nd and 12s that turned into 3rd and 12. And
gotta clean those up.
It's really hard to sustain success there. That's something that we, that showed up in the game. I was hoping we could clean that up, and it showed up again in practice today. So it's something.
Yep.
One drive for a touchdown where Bryce is kind of rolling out, makes the offside point throw. Walk through that play and kind of what you saw about that one.
It was a great rush. I saw Mitchell Evans kind of came back to block. I can't remember who was playing the edge on that play, but basically sat him down on it. So Bryce had to go. He had to leave the pocket. He extended, and Jalen just kind of had an angle, stayed on the angle, and they connected down the field, which was really exciting to see.
Dave, you talk about Jalen. He had a good year for you last year, but then you bring in, T-Mac first round and Hunter Renfro. I think maybe a lot of us thought maybe he's on the bubble at this point, but I mean, has he made enough plays to make this team, and how do you feel like he's done this?
I mean, hopefully, up to now, like, we're going to play the best guys, and the guys that we can count on, the guys that make plays, the guys that make the catch. Out of Tracy Smith's dad, Tater Smith, Tater would always say, a receiver's good is when you throw it to him and catch it. And Jalen is open in space. He plays strong to the ball. He had two really amazing plays in a go ball where he went up over J.T. Broughton and kind of took it, off of his shoulder and finished the play finished on his feet and ran the ball into the end zone. And he keeps showing us like that, he's going to be on the field playing. There's no doubt about it. So, we love all of our guys. I have high hopes for this group in general, but that's the nature of competition, and that's what it does. Is all of a sudden you see people elevate and rise and really show who they are.
Did you talk to him like when you guys brought in a couple? Did you talk to him personally, sit down and say, "Hey, listen, we're bringing in some guys," but
no, not at all. I mean, it's just the nature of what we're doing, and between Dan and I, like, we are going to try to challenge our roster in every which way possible, in free agency, in the draft, after we go through the preseason, we kind of evaluate who's all out there, who do we have on our team, and who are the guys out there. Like, that's the nature of it, and so we don't really take that time to kind of address that with our players. It's just like, hey, look around, there's a lot of competition here, you got to go up, and that's really what we hope for.
Competition. Jimmy Horn Jr. has had a pretty good camp. He was kind of low on the depth chart. How much stock do you put on that opening depth chart, and then how do you communicate that to a young guy like Jimmy?
Honestly, it's just pushing him to grow every day. Show us that we have to have you here. Show us that we have to put you on the field. Show us that we can count on you. And those are things that he's taking strides in.
Right. Show him, Jimmy. Do something that keeps these coaches' attention on you. And that goes for all the players. Do something that keeps these coaches' attention on you.
And that he's really competing. He's one of the first guys in the building. He's give love to Keyshawn Coleman, one of our quality control coaches, who is constantly with Jimmy before, after practice, after meetings. He's working the right way. It reminds me of a young David Moore, 7th round pick out of East Central Oklahoma, and I spent every second that I could with David Moore for about 2 years, to the point where now he's had a really successful career, on a couple of different teams. But it's that type of work, it's that type of development and mindset that Jimmy has, that he wants it, and that goes really far with us.
Thanks, Coach.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Like wide receivers playing hot potato with the ball? Is that
Dave just didn't want to answer that question right there. He didn't want to answer that one. See, y'all reporters try to sneak these questions in, man. You tell this dude, oh, hey, thank you, we're done. That means no more questions. Stop asking him garbage questions like that. Look at that stupid hot potato garbage. Don't ask him that stupid stuff. Leave him alone. If you letting the man leave the podium, let the man leave the podium. Come on now.
Imagine being able to build an app.
But, yeah. A lot to take out of that right there.
Today, does it feel like you're finding kind of comfort in this front seven in the system right now?
Yeah, I mean, every day I go out there, I just try to go out there and just really get a feel for the defense, the guys I'm rushing with, and really just get back in that flow. That's what training camp all about.
Can you take us through that play?
I think
you came from the left side.
Left side, which play?
The sack.
The last towards the end. I just kind of got off the ball. I knew it was pass, so I got off the ball. Felt the overset to my steps, hit a quick inside move, came through clean.
All right, so this is our first impressions of this gentleman here. All right, impress me. Let's see who you are.
Scott, now that this defense has had a game together, or at least a couple of series together, what do you know now that you didn't know a week ago?
It's just about just all gaining experience. Really just as we rush together, just learning to trust each other more, learning how to rush off each other, and then we're just going to keep doing that every day, and we're going to keep getting better.
You're an outdoorsy guy. Do you like practicing in this rain?
I was having a blast out there in the rain. Yeah, I'll be outside all the time. I have no problem being outside in the rain. I don't mind it. I actually kind of like brings me back to like when I was a kid and just playing football outside, like in my neighborhood in the rain, so with my friends. So it's kind of the same
Yeah,
thing to me.
I feel that.
Pat, you got reunited with DJ Wanham. How's it working opposite of him on this defense?
It's cool, man. Me and DJ, we got so much chemistry together. We be out there, we ain't even got to talk. We just kind of just look at each other, and then we just know what each other's saying. So it's cool being out there with my dog again.
Close in Minnesota?
Yeah, we're super close. We used to hang out, kick it every day. That was my dog, one of my closest friends in the NFL, so it's cool being out there playing with him.
Was he a part of one of the reasons you want to come?
He definitely, once he hit me up and he was down here, he told me just how the staff was and how great of a place it was. I knew I could trust him, so he definitely played a part in it too.
What have you seen from those young edge rushers in Scorton and Princely?
Yeah, man, they're so talented. It's actually so cool seeing them just keep developing every day. I try my best just to help them with as much as I can. Just try to just help them grow more as a rusher. I feel like when I help them and I see them go out there and do better, it just makes me feel good about myself too.
After the game, Scorton said that even though he's trying to take your job, y'all are still helpful.
Yeah.
How do you balance that with a young guy who wants to take your position, but still you're in like a mentorship role?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the game. That's how he should think. That's how his mindset should be. Of course, I'm not going to let that happen. But
Ooh, right. That's the right mentality right there. That's exactly the right mentality. Of course they're going to try to take his job. He said, nah, I'm not going to let that happen. That's the mentality right there that I want all the vets to have right there. There you go.
But like for sure, like you want that competitive edge in the room, and when everyone's competing like that, it just makes the whole room better.
That's a fact, brother. That's a fact.
You guys ask a lot of questions, like more than most rookies. Are they constantly kind of coming up to you and the other veterans?
Yeah, so I sit beside both of them in meetings. So whenever we're in meetings, any chance I could get, I help them out when I can. They'll lean over, ask me questions, just answer all the questions they got.
Do you think it's more common or uncommon for guys in this league, like veterans like you, to be more willing to assist younger guys kind of trying to take your spot? Do you think more guys are kind of more resistant to doing that?
I'm not really sure. I've never been the type of person to really think about what other people do. I just know how I was raised and my beliefs. I feel like when you do good, good comes back to you. So that's just what I try to do.
I was going to ask to follow up. When did you embrace that role from being the guy that was likely asking the questions of his veteran to being that guy that they turned to?
I feel like even in Minnesota last year, the younger players in our room, I would always try to help them. I feel like that's just the type of person I am. I just try to just do good and I feel like that's what the game's really about. Like whatever you learn, just passing the knowledge on. So that's just who I am and what I try to do.
Pass that knowledge on. Okay.
Had a career high 7 sacks last season. Do you feel like you are still an ascending player, and what are your goals, personal goals for this year?
Okay. There's that phrase again. What do you mean by ascending player? Because we heard Coach Canales say that too. Well, there's about half a dozen people that are going to have half a dozen different definitions of what they think that is based on their opinions of it, and their value systems of it. So I mean, I would like to know what each one of these people's versions of what they think an ascending player is. And there's no wrong answer, as of now, because we're still trying to figure out what that is. So, I want to know, like, chat, anybody watching the VOD for this later on, let me know what you think an ascending player is. I'm open to interpretation there. I'm open to suggestions on what you guys think it is. And there's no wrong answer right now. So, no judgment being passed, none of that. Just want to know what y'all think. Because there's so many different ways you can go with that.
Yeah, last season I feel like I did okay. I feel like I had a lot more in the tank. Actually got nicked up a little bit, slowed me down a lot. You see how I started off last year. You can see like kind of what happened. But I feel like I got so much more. I feel like that barely scratched the surface, and I got a lot more I could do.
You make a goal like double-digit sacks. I mean, you a guy that shoots that, like makes those sorts of personal goals?
Yeah, I got personal goals, but I feel like those are aside. My goals I really have right now is for the team. I talked to the coaches when I was signing here. I came here and I told them I'm here to try to change the culture and to help win games. So that's what I'll do, and I know if I do that, then all my personal goals will be met eventually.
Excellent questions. Thank you. That's what I've been waiting for from this media person, man. Who I will not say the name of. But thank you. This is what I've been waiting for. We've had so many, like, wild and just dumb questions being asked. And now, like, this is like the fourth consecutive press conference now I've seen where this dude is asking very intelligent questions now. Thank you. Finally getting down to business, doing his research, and understanding what to ask. And not coming in here unprepared. Thank you. That is making these players and coaches' time valuable. I appreciate that.
As somebody who's on the field, like how much of a difference can you feel when Derek Brown steps out there, like even before the snap?
Yeah, you can feel a huge difference. DB, he's a great player. So just his presence alone out there, you could just feel the difference. You could feel just the energy, the physicality on the line. Like, it's just great having him back out there with us.
There's an energy change on that D-line, man. With Derek Brown out there. It's a different vibe, man. It's a different vibe. Wait till you see him in game. In a preseason game. Finally. It's been a minute, man. Let's go, though. I'm hyped.
Raises the bar for everybody?
Yeah, it does for sure.
How the rookie talent show's been going?
It's been cool. We just seen the offense so far, but I think we got the defense coming up soon, so that's going to be cool to see.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. So that's good for us, though. The defense, they got it pretty easy.
Is there a competition between, like, as veterans, like, if your group is going to do better than the other one?
I mean, yeah, you always want, like, your position group to win and do the best. I mean, that's just how it is. So we're going to see when they go up there. I'm not sure when they go on, but it's going to be funny.
What did you do for your rookie?
See, I got lucky. I ain't had to do it because I came in during COVID, so we ain't had to do all that. So I dodged it. So I got lucky.
You should do it now.
See, now they coming in with the goofy questions, and that's fine. You get all the serious questions out of the way, and legitimate ones out of the way, and now you can put in the goofy ones. That's fine.
Nah, that time past gone.
Style game.
Outfit? I don't think I've seen his outfit. Yeah. I'm sure he put something on though.
Yeah.
So,
The two rookies got a little style that's, what do you see out of that? Have you noticed it at all, or just outside of the football?
Oh yeah, they definitely be trying to adjust for sure. It's cool seeing what they be doing. Yeah. All right, cool. Appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
All right. Good practice. Good questions there. For him, I'm excited for what's coming, man. I really do believe there's something exciting when it comes to the new talent that's coming in and just the energy, the new vibe with Derek Brown out there, and it's just, yeah, man, yeah. These training camp practices are getting better, man. They're getting more hype, and it's infectious, man, throughout the entire team. We're moving in the right direction, y'all. I'm excited for it. But, yeah. I don't think there's really anything else to cover from today. We will be doing the Superman documentary on a day, Panthers day off from training camp. I still have not set a day for that yet. It is my understanding they may have a day off tomorrow or / today, Tuesday. But I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on Twitter and I'm going to let you guys know. If there is not a day off, then I will be doing a live stream to cover it. Either Tuesday or Wednesday. Tuesday technically today, and Wednesday technically tomorrow. So, since it is past midnight. But I want to thank you guys so much for the support and all the love. Also big news, John Gruden has won his lawsuit. So he is now cleared to be a head coach either in college or the NFL. So I'm hoping he stays out of the NFC South. We'll see. Beyond that, shout out Tom Brady 12. Shout out David Screws in the chat. And shout out anybody that is watching or checking out the channel. Welcome. All new members, all new followers, all new subscribers. Thank you and welcome. Welcome to the family. Keep pounding. And like I said, we will try to do the live press conference reaction. Well, not the press conference reaction, but the live training camp reaction on the 19th. But other than that, it's business as usual training camp coverage, so stick around for that. Make sure you hit that bell so you don't miss any new content. We're putting out live streams. We're covering every bit of it. So, stay tuned. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all. Leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Irish Sports app, Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League, which we are currently filling at the moment before we open it up to the public. That will most likely be later on this week that we open it up to the public. We'll see. I'm still waiting to hear back from a few people, so we'll see. yeah. Here are my socials if you guys want to get a hold of me. Shadow Warrior with 1W on Instagram, 645. And also get in touch with me on the Facebook group page through the Messenger. And if you like what you see on the intro here, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, Lindara, for videos, panels, etc. That's what she does. She's looking for new clients. She's awesome to work with, fair pricing, and awesome in general. Shout out Monster Sub Grub. Go get yourself some subs in Spartanburg. Delicious subs. Go check out and sub to other streamers as well, Panther streamers. Blitzball Champ Gaming. Well, Blitzball Champ is under our umbrella of the Keep Pounding group. He does other things as well, so go check him out. Bleeding Blue Podcast, Carolina Blue Podcast. Go check him out. Bleeding Carolina Blue. I keep getting the words mixed up, but you know, you guys will find it. On 2020, C3. You know, shout out to Robstar Report, Shellytron. I know I'm missing a couple of them. PNP, go check. You know, check out these people, man. Go sub to these people, man. They're good people, and they're part of the Panthers family, man. It's one love. We help each other out, man. You know, don't just sub to us, sub to them too, so you can get multiple perspectives on things. So yeah, appreciate you guys. Good 14th day of training camp, and we'll be back for more. As always, you guys already know, stay happy, healthy, and well. And we will see you guys in the next one. As always, you guys already know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace.